This would be training stream part 2. I went in for what I call a pit stop. So in the middle of streaming, if that's whatever I'm doing, especially when I'm training, I take a break, call that a pit stop. Like in Formula 1 racing, where they go around the track, take a turn, they change the tires and fill up with all and stuff like this. So went to the kitchen, got some coffee, some caffeine. So supplements were visible. A lot of athletes don't know what they're missing out on when you hire me as a health fitness coach, or they're getting the free advice on my YouTube channel. It would be better off. I'm better at the name. Over here, the toilet paper. It's here from the table. Okay. Combo. I just left it. I'm self-trained, self-taught. I pray to God to get better at fighting. I've been learning boxing, Muay Thai, kickboxing techniques. And I find combinations that flow naturally. So it's like I don't go find a combo to do. I start training, I go to my left kick, and it's like gravitational pull, like Need the Matrix and all Kung Fu. This in the morning separate self-taught. So basically I saw this. That's not a combo. How I figure out combos. So this, and then like my boarding comes, so you feel like next thing to do is this goes naturally. Next, this, and then here, this just comes naturally. It's a natural flow from here. Here. And if the distance has increased, I can launch a knee from this distance too. I don't need anybody to come in. Sometimes I get people insecure then try to overcompensate because they feel insecure because I'm doing well. Be like, do this, rotate more, rotate less, hold your hands up, down, do this, as if like, do you see me asking, is the title of the video, come help me learn martial arts when I do it better than you already, and obviously don't need anybody to teach me anything. I need not any man teach me. I'm self and self-taught. Blessed be the Lord my strength. And not share his glory with another. Blessed be the Lord my strength, Psalm 144, which teach my fingers to fight, my hands to war. So I pray to God to get better at fighting. I've been learning fighting techniques, boxing, Muay Thai, to a level where I can best some pros in certain aspects of fighting athleticism, which is what I call it. Which is like what? Hand speed, punching power, cardio, things like this. So I'm not looking for hater comments where people are like, do this, you do. I'm not into that. Go up with a video yourself. Training. can do a takedown. Pull this way, push this over the leg. Here, especially behind the knees. Pushing with the arm, push with the leg. Sweep with the leg, and pull it down. Les gens still the view. Yeah. A disadvantage with using the phone, the 69 screen like this is kind of narrow. When you do sports content like this, it has to be mobile and changing the angle easily. Such as but it's just to end up out of view. The dummy use. I'm gonna check this one. A way to maximize the benefit you get from training is to record your training. Whatever technique is martial arts, between stick fighting, knife fighting, Muay Thai, boxing. Recording your training can help you and maximize the benefit that you get from your training sessions. Because you watch the tape, if that's all in your soul. There's another technique, another combo that I like to do sometimes. It's drilling a surprise attack. It starts with a fake. So it's like faking a right low kick and then suddenly switching. So it's like telegraphing. It's like you make it look like you're throwing a right kick, loading up on it. And then suddenly you switch to a swift left kick. Like this. So from here, it's like I throw this once. See? And it's like a here, see? And then after landing it one or more times, making him respect the special. It's like if you land that in a hurry, you do everything the same, make it like you're gonna do it again. Only instead of doing this, you go see, and I'm switching. So it's like one, same kick is come again, it looks like. Only, see, and the emphasis is on speed. So it's like the attacks don't see coming and hurt more a lot times. Which means there's less likely to be blocked here. Because I make it look like it's a powerful right kick coming here. Here, see. But it's, I switch and throw a left kick instead. I like it slow when it's 5 pace. Here, from here. And it's started here is figure out myself how to fight it there. And this is how I do it. I'll show you once first in life. Slow down and talk about it. I know if I'm still in view here. Here. Stop, move here. Other kicking distance. So from here, this is long. Raise my left leg. And there you go. So, how I figure out how to launch the body dynamics of launching fire attacks, how I do it, is start from here. Raise the left leg. Like a check, and then I roll into it. So it's not like a frog where I bend down and then use leg muscles alone, like this, to launch myself forward. It's not like this. It's inefficient where I'm using the momentum. So it's like here, raise the leg, and it's the natural flow of energy. So from here, the check. See, it's just using gravity. It's like 90% gravity is what it feels like. So from here, naturally, my core weight is up front. So I'm like resisting it. And if I let go, my body naturally rolls forward like this. And notice how my right hip and right leg naturally raises. So the energy naturally wants to go up and forward, see. So I'm just like riding the gravity up there. So from here, see, here's the key moment. And I'm not doing this, I'm not pushing it, I'm just rolling. It's all from here, it takes energy to get up here. Once I'm here, it's just relaxing and letting my body move forward. And what naturally happens is the right leg and the hip goes forward and up. So that's the launch of this fight technique. And this is what I use as a launch for a lot of fight attacks. And there's many things I can do from there. Once I'm airborne, I can do elbow strikes like this elbow strike, whatever, punch, like a Superman punch. It can become a flying knee, all kinds of stuff. So basically it's this, here, how I generate the flying techniques. The strong is this. See, and it's just natural, it's very little muscle power being used. I'm just rolling into it. Like this. As I said before, I'm self-trained, self-taught. I'm a Christian. I pray to God to better fight. So everything I can do, boxing, punches, kickboxing, one kind elbow strikes, stick fighting, knife fight, everything, I've learned myself. God has helped me. So I'm wonderful for work. So here, from here. See? And it's very little muscle power. It's like the muscle power is raising the leg, and then it's just letting myself get into it. Here. Which means I've seen people in Muay Thai fights before, and like pro Muay Thai fighters do flight techniques. And I didn't sit down and be like, pause, what is he doing with his leg? And like I've seen it, like guys can fly through the air, and then it's like, I want to do a flying attack through the air. Do that, and just figure out, it ends up happening. So. Okay, elbow strikes. So I'm giving my hands a rest. I've got good punching power, and sometimes I throw too many 2-1 punches, I get soreness, and I'm not trying to get like an overuse injury on my wrist and stuff. So I'm going light with the punches. I don't know if you watch Muay Thai or not, 1FC and Muay Thai. I watched the Sencha and Boka fight, and they fought augmented Muay Thai rules, bare knuckle Muay Thai. So it was augmented Muay Thai rules. So it's Muay Thai, only bare knuckle, and I think they disallowed trips, if I remember right, where you can't throw that guy on the ground. And it happened a few times. And they kind of polarized. I think the rules were Muay Thai, only bare knuckle, and no like trips, takedowns, no throws, if I remember right. And if that's the case, it happened by accident a few times, which could be just muscle memory because they trained and fought so much that it's like this is a move where in this position, you just throw the guy on the ground. Go very light. Long range uppercut. One, two, three. Now, a lot of times my training, I start with boxing. So the warm-up is the first part of training. I don't do like warm-ups most of the time. I feel like training, I start training. So most of the time, the warm-up is the first part of training. Which means I start moving, and a lot of times I can make myself go light, and then it becomes incrementally harder, more intense. And then I start boxing only. It's how I start boxing from the training. Boxing only. And then lead over into incorporating elbow strikes, knees, kicks into this. And then sometimes wrestling, as much wrestling you can do on down there. Takedowns, sometimes even takedowns from by ground and pound. So anyway, there's gonna be elbow strikes, knees, and kicks. So speed is one of the most cherished athletic traits. Meaning, if you like look at fighting specific athleticism, strength, speed, power, quarter. One of my favorite is speed. And you don't have to hit really hard. I can hit hard, but you don't have to hit really hard to do something. So accuracy and speed can be more important than power. Now speed becomes power. So the hardest punch, the super hard punch, like not anybody else. Like this, that misses. It does like nothing, or like this, like a haymaker, like that. That misses. It does nothing to your opponent, and it gets you out of position more vulnerable to be encountered. So it's better to hit this and hit on the jaw than to throw a super hard punch and miss it, because it does nothing to your opponent and it gets you out of position. Meaning that only goes like this. The left, there's another command to practice. Left jab or left palm strike, followed by right power elbow. See, like as such. From here. And then this goes up here. See, and this is here on the side, which is intercepting a lot of attacks. See here. This could also become a takedown. This is face breaking. The lands in the mouth and not teeth out to break the jaw overboard. These elbow strikes are very bad, the more powerful ones. Especially if the whole board is behind. Spear elbow. It might not be exactly like teach how to do the Muay Thai, but that's my spear elbow. There's another elbow strike sequence I like to practice. Left, I like to practice this sequence, combination. That's a drill. Rapid 4-6, where it's left, which is charge on for the follow-up attack. Right, and notice how I pull myself into, that's the third one. 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's basically this. The rapid succession. Which, why is the utility of this? Well, you're building muscle memory for hitting something from different positions while in flow. Like from here, and then from here, connecting effectively, accurately here. And then you're building muscle memory for once you connect with one elbow, following up with another one. So, and a lot of times the natural flow is from here, bang, and momentum. Left, the first attack charges up the second attack. So a lot of the combos I do like that. So it's like the first attack charges up the next attack, charges up the next attack, which in turn charges up the next attack. So from here, I can throw like a left elbow, and then go back to the guard, and then like throw a right elbow. Or the more natural flow of things is to capitalize on the position that I fire from the first attack to launch a second attack. So instead of going bang, and then here, and then a right, it's bang, bang, see? So I already bought this position, by this position, bang, by this attack. Because hit or miss, especially if it misses, this elbow strikes are slide down times. So hit or miss, this elbow strike is likely to have me end up rotated to the side, like the head is here, and the elbow is on the side, the right side of the person's head. Which is a charge up for if I wanted to throw this elbow, I would assume this position, and then throw it, or something like that. So this attack, bang, now I'm showing up for this, bang, and then this is generating momentum for a powerful right. So the third attack in the combo, in the sequence, is the hardest one, most of the time. So it's bang, 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 and it's always the attack following the reverse elbow that is the more powerful one. Like here, bang, and then this one is the most powerful one. So this one is not the hardest one, this. This one is not the hardest one. The third one in the sequence, no matter which side I throw from, is the hardest one. That's shoulder. See, and the third one is the hardest one. So here. See here. Now notice what happens here. When I take this position, slide it off. See, it's a shoulder up for this. And then that one was super hard, the last one. And then rinse, repeat, bang, bang. And this is a combo that you might be unlikely to land in a fight, but it's something that can help you to improve your elbow strike here. Because it's easier to land elbows. If it's static here, one elbow, bang, okay? Now, if you're gonna land 6 punches that land, 6 elbow strikes, quickly, and the head will be moving, that makes it more challenging. It's like bang, and notice how it starts swaying, and then I'm being fast before I lose momentum. 2, 3, 5, 6. So this is I do not like to. See? And then notice the position for this. Now it can also be this deep to the body. See here, and for short range to work. If you end up here, I can do a sweep, a takedown. If you end up here, this hand can go here, pull this way, while pushing this way with the left foot. So it's push, pull, pull here, push with the leg, and you can do a sweep takedown. But this can have some really strong base. just like practice. Which I haven't seen in fights or type of UFC fights a lot. But it's an elbow that I like to make as close to 12 to 6 as possible. Like this. So typically most common elbows is like kind of straight angles of angle, like here. Like 3 to 6, 3 to 9, 9 to 3, and like 6 to 12. Now try to make this overhead, sit down elbow as close to 12 to 6 as possible. And it might be 30, like 1 to 7 or something like this. But it's like I'm aiming to make it pretty straight, okay? So it's pretty much this. See? And it's coming, turning and going straight. See? So when it's landing, it's kind of landing like this. As straight as possible. And if you think about it, like a common guard is having hands here or here, see? So it's like it's rare to have a guard like this or like this or like this. So a lot of times the opening the guard is in the middle. See here. Which means you can, if you're fast enough and you drill it, see, practice, you're more likely to land that. If there's a moment across the distance and the guard is like this, and then hitting like that, see, in between the guard. And that could be to the forehead, since it's elbow strikes, not punches. Punches to certain parts of the body, or the head, it's easy to break your hand. But elbow strikes, you can sort of with more reckless abandon and not be as concerned about breaking something. Because the elbow bone is really hard, especially if you've been conditioning it. Pretty much every bone in the body can be conditioned. So, once again, here it is. And I can lead it up like this here. Here. Now let's say up here. Now this is like a snapshot of time. Okay? And I'm turning into this. So basically 12 to 6 elbow strikes. The goal will be like this a lot of times, or here, or here, or here, or here. So if you get in a position where it's an opening in the middle, if you're fast enough and you drill it, you have a higher chance to land this. See here. And it's coming in, and it's kind of unexpected attack. But it's coming here. See, and if it's MMA, from here, I might be able to land a takedown after that is not powerful to the head. You got to strictly concerned about upstairs. So it's like from here. Joe Rogan couldn't do what I've done. He couldn't keep track of this. He wouldn't be as impressive. If Rogan, with all the roids in the world, he still couldn't be do what I did in this training stream. I didn't try, he couldn't. Now Rogan's a guy who's jealous of guys like me that have natural talent because he lacks it. There's a guy who gets envious of people that have talent because he lacks it. He has to try real hard. And it's like people who are funnier impromptu in the middle of a live stream than he's ever been in a special that he's trained. Prepare like 2 months for, have comedy friends and ask him spitballing and notebooks and things like this. So men like Joe Rogan, he'd be envious and be like, I hate her. Don't hug like that. You know that you're talking with a guy who understands martial arts when he refers to wrestling takedowns as hugging, okay? Don't hug like that. The only things you can picture him is single legs, because like a pirate only has one leg. Now you can, if there's 2 legs, like this, if you get both arms around the legs and push them to collect them, gather them, it's still like one stack of legs that you get. Now from here, you don't have to have the legs. If you're strong enough, you can have, if you get this position here, you can do a takedown. And one way I can do it from here is get my left leg. Notice I just learned things myself. And I did it. I learned how to do it. So what makes sense? So from here, what can I do? Well, bang, bang, here, wrist lock myself. And if I can get in this position, well, if I'm explosive enough, especially if I got it here, So like moving forward, for momentum, crashing on my shoulder. See here, just the shoulder impact in of itself is enough to get him off balance. Now, without like using the legs a lot. Now, if I end up in this position, here, now it becomes more with the legs, see? So here, it's a lot, it's dropping my weight and like this kind of, here. See, with the shoulder, and that's enough to get him off balance. Now, if you end up like wrestling here, close range, you get this here. Now it becomes more using my hind leg, my back leg, to push forward like this. Now another thing that came to me that I can do is if I can get my left leg behind his legs. That also makes sense. Where I can rotate this way or use this, because if you have behind the knees apply force, that takes away the base a lot of times. So I can use mostly upper body strength, and I drop my weight and then press it like this, combined with the hands behind here. See here, here. See here, if I can get this, like lock my hand here, I can just push forward with the right leg, and it's mostly right leg action. See, and that's pushing with the right leg. You can't see it, but from having this position here, I'm pushing with the right leg. See, and keeping a strong grip. Another thing I can do, get my left leg behind, ultimately one or both of his legs. I get my left leg behind his knees, or just gently behind his legs, and I can also aid the takedown. Because to defend the takedown, like against force pushing here, if you put the legs far back, and if I'm defending the same thing, if I put my legs back more, I have more force to resist with, so I can push against me. If I'm here, the closer I am here, the easier it is to take me down backwards. But if I have one leg back, or both legs coming back like this, that gives me more resistance for resisting force that's pushing against me. So from here, it's like with the upper body, and push with the right leg, I can get a takedown like this. Now, if I can get my left leg behind here, I can rotate this way and kind of roll this way. So basically, if I can get one of my legs behind one or more of his legs, that can also help the takedown. Whereas I push, pull, push, pull. So a lot of times when I figure out how you do the takedowns, if it's trips in Muay Thai, it's push, pull. Where it's like a hand here on the neck, pulling this way, and then pushing with the leg this way. So it's push, pull, like this. And same with wrestling, where it's pulling with my arms back and pushing with my legs forward. This is called 6 up, and I gotta make sure the camera's captured. Okay, here we go. So from here, I do a level change. So from here, go up or not, right side here. See here. Now from here, this is a position where I can land knees. It's a front position. Do takedowns or defend takedowns. Or what I want to do now, this elbow strike. And this is what I call like a front 6 elbow strike. So it's as close to front 6 as possible. Basically, here. It's coming at this angle, kind of straight up and down. Like this. As close to like this angle as possible. See, here. And not here, and not here, and not here. So a more common elbow strike angle is 9 to 3, 3 to 9. Or 6 to 12. See here. And this elbow strike can really do damage. Especially if you land in between the guard, but even if you land if it's a street fight, or if it's like light gloves. If you land on the wrist or this part of the hair, the elbow strike versus this, if it's as hard as I can make it, it can break the hand and it's still giving the energy. Elbow strikes is one of my favorite techniques, most favorite techniques to practice. And that's from the other side, here. And I'm turning it here. You see here. And the beauty too of the elbow strikes is through right up until the moment of impact, when you throw elbow strikes, you're blocking a lot of attack angles as you land the elbow strikes. Say with punches, if I'm throwing punches, if I'm here, see, if I'm throwing punches, now I'm going here, and I can do this, okay, to protect my shin from the side of punches. Now, if I'm throwing punches, the punches become a guard from hooks to the jaw. Like left, right, and as I'm throwing the straight punches, my jaw is protected from the sides. And if you throw hooks too, with these elbow strikes, here see, it's covering a lot of angles. Being elbow strikes against you punches, things like this. And I can be a little bit more loose, where it's like coming at a high angle, and now I make it more free, where I can do it. Nah, it's also count to 6. But count to 6 is here. I like this. Here's another one. These are my most powerful strikes. From here, here. That's an uppercut kick I call it. I'm kicking under the jaw or to the front or the face to the mouth. Anywhere it lands is bad. See here. And I call this uppercut kicks because I'm kicking similar. This is my kick similar to a box uppercut where I'm trying to hit under the chin or at the bottom face from the front, kind of like this angle. Here or here. Same kick. I didn't stretch before this kind of stuff. Make him a little bit taller. go up. This class is brought to you by dental surgeons and rhinoplasticians worldwide. I did a stretch. I had to do a lot of stretching. That stretching, see a stretch because man's not one session. So, this moving up, last one to my legs. It's like stretching. If you throw kicks, it's like you're stretching. So a lot of times it becomes easier and easier to hit at high positions. The further into training I go. Let's do the tempo. So the ear. Benefit of targeting deeper rather than here. If I'm aiming from here and the person moves the head back in my legs. So aiming deeper, this is a good place to hit. This might be a little better than tempo, but it's a good place to hit. If the person moves, you target so, then it might hit here. So targeting deeper with punches and kicks a lot of times can increase your hip mobility. It's more common to move back than forward. Right in the mouth. I've invented my own martial arts system, steel cap shoe fighting. So for street fighting, self-defense or whatever, fighting to the death against somebody, like a Bible local also goes after his weapons. These are steel cap shoes. So a lot of kicks. Sometimes people come in, Mike, you're kicking wrong. Why are you soccer kicking? They don't understand that I'm training with these shoes for these. Okay. So these are steel cap shoes. I can do this. Demonstrate it to you. Here. If you can hear that. This is steel. Okay. So it's basically like punch with brass knuckles. So imagine you see all the kicks I throw there. With these to the temple. Or the uppercut kicks on the jaw to the mouth or nose. What I would do if you want to take up shoes. So some of these kicks, it's like obviously the ones, these ones here, are traditional like Muay Thai kickbox type kicks, where I'm hitting from the knee, below the knee to the ankle. Okay, some of the kicks I'm hitting here. Okay, with this part, and I like to vary the kicks and alternate the distances. Partially for shin conditioning purposes. So I've already conditioned my shins. When I got there, started throwing kicks, I couldn't throw as hard kicks, so I had like heavy machine balls instead of this. So from doing things like this, throwing kicks, I've been conditioning machine balls, making them harder, which is making them better for checking and also attacking, defensively and offensively. Now, some of these kicks, they're steel cap shoe kicks, and once you know that, you should be able to tell the difference. So I can teach a little bit about that. So here, a normal, like traditional sports fighting kick is kicking with the shin bone, impacting the shin bone or the ankle. So from here, hitting kind of like a baseball bat, where I'm hitting with the shin bone. That's the rib cage. If the guard is high, I can give you the less short this time. Too short up now. Now, I don't have to really stick to practice for stick up true kicks. So, the beauty of stick up true fighting is normally if I want to attack the rib cage, it's from here. And then kicking under the knee to the ankle from there. Here. Or lower to the hip area. Back side. Here. With the steel cap shoe kicks, it's the same ball dynamics as kicking without steel cap. So basically my kickboxing kick is like a traditional classical kick, is like now the only thing that changes with steel cap shoe fight is the distance. With the same kick ball dynamics to 99%. Instead of this that we with the ankle, it's the distance changes. See, it's the same kick, only I'm hitting here. See, this kick, steel cap shoe hitting with the steel cap. See here, or the rib cage here. Now, same kick, if the distance changes for the same kick, it becomes a traditional shin kick, which means if we're at distance, the person is close to the distance, and that's when I throw to intend to hit with a steel cap shoe kick. Then I want it to impact like this, see, to the rib cage, or here. Now, if the person is moving and does a burst, like somehow I miscalculate the distance, okay? So the distance change. So I kind of throw this, the timing's off, he makes it off, close the distance. There's still a regular kick behind this steel cap shoe kick. If I'm trying to kick here, he's moving towards me, it's still a regular kick point behind it. Anybody that's a disrespectful comment will get blocked as soon as I'm done training. I'm not going to spend my time babysitting the chat and like, if somebody says, if people leave hateful comments, I block as soon as I get the opportunity. I don't tolerate that. Haters and trolls. So here's the steel cap shoe kick. Again, to the head. See here. There's so many ways you can do. Left, right. And that's to the eye socket. Just going to fit that one. Here to the front face. And that hit kind of like right here. And they don't have to be super powerful. You don't have to make them hard. The most important thing is the accurate. See, I forgot I didn't have steel cap shoes there. So I can feel it in my toes. I feel it in my fingers. I feel it in my toes. Now we'll do kicks. All kicks. Kicking with the bottom foot to heel is also favorite kicks as well. To heel. Just to swap like this. See, so before I can kick, kind of dig the toes, kick like this, here, like this, or turn it and impact with the heel. So this sort of instead of kicking like this the foot, with the toes, I can turn it more and hit with the heel there. See here. I like this one. From here, I can impact here, and here the natural flow is turn around spinning, and then kick again like this. Or from here, obviously you can do here, push the teeth from here, left, or check explosive order here or here, or here, turn it, and then kick like this. See here. It's practice like that. And then from here, rotate around and come with a hooking left kick. In here. That one is re-breaking. There's a takedown kick. If you land it from the side, then you can take the person out. Like this here. Stand there. Expose it. In here. And it's like a sideways push kick, see? Sideways push kick. Jumping on that. Here, forward momentum. Hunting down. Here, it is pushing off. And then this. 11 kisses. That's it in the back of the crane, stick up shoes. Right here. If it hits in the neck or the back of the head, it's not good. So it's like this, I don't kick you, so just pull it in. The attacks I don't see coming. Blindside attacks are the most dangerous ones. I'm a target video and of target gang stalking, and I had permanent damage to my right leg from the program. The recruit flying monkeys targeted me as I was in the corner store. Like cowards, like the way that I'm not looking after me. Meaning, I got shot with a search YouTube CIA heart attack, I would say vodka. I think it was something like that I got hit with and survived. It was my run machines by Health Fitness, sort of. Remember the figure out, it's like, oh, he thinks that this thing goes to him to save his life. Living in a way where an LD50 dose was reduced to sub-LD50 dose. So for me, it was an LD50 dose. Okay, so anyway, I'm standing in line in the corner store where I go to touch my streams or streams. And there's like a hallway here. And I'm standing here, like, with one card, paying for stuff. And it's a perp, a gang stalking perp for the program. It's been like waiting for all these people. It's like I go to the corner, oh, he's here, and I'm waiting for him, got sent by his head. Look. And one of these people sometimes in the corner store, and I'm waiting, I'm spending some time to kind of hang out. They have like a little cafeteria, so sometimes I kind of hang out for a while. And it's one of these people like, oh, he walks into the store after. And I'm standing paying for my stuff, and like he walks here, and I'm like busy looking here. He walks past, he's holding something like in his hand, and walking past me. And I feel something hit my right calf, like kind of like an airsoft, you played airsoft. I feel something impact my right calf. And then quickly as I feel it, like so time till he walking past, there's something impact my right calf. And very quickly, rapidly, there's a feeling that I would describe as an itchy, twitchy, numb sensation spreading from the injection site. Meaning, I felt something impact my leg, kind of like this, something impact my leg. And then quickly, like very quickly, the next thing I feel is numb, itchy, twitchy, feeling spreading up and down my leg. Meaning like numbness. Spreading up my leg, down my leg, meaning radiating out from the area. And I would describe it as like if you've had a lot of coffee and haven't slept, you're like involved your muscle twitch around the eyes. Everybody had at least once, kind of similar to that, only in the leg. So it's like twitchy, itchy numbness spreading throughout the leg. And I suspect that could have been a CIA dark and CIA heart attack gun, assassination attempt that I survived. This happened more than 3 years ago, and I still have a permanent numb spot in my right leg from that. So even if it hadn't been an assassination attempt where the lethal dose felt to be a lethal dose for me, it's still for sure left permanent damage. Life-changing damage, equals quality life. And one of the things I've been able to glorify God is my athleticism. Because anytime if I do a good job training in press, I go blessed with all my strength and glorify God, credit God. Any time I do that extra long training, I glorify God. And speed comes from the legs, they say. So it's like, yeah, okay. So basically, I know by experience that the certain attacks you don't see coming are the ones that hurt the most, and are more likely to cause serious damage. Like, things like this. So it's like, if you're a target video, don't expect quarter from the program. They don't give quarter. So don't expect honorable stuff. They expect like wicked, cowardly stuff. And if they're going to bully, they might have 4 cars bullying if you're going to go with guns. And if you're real tough, because they're 4 people with guns bullying you, and you're one person running around, and if you're real tough.
I've had a lot of interesting interaction with police officers. They've been really abusive. One thing, I have damaged rotator cuff injuries from cop wrestling, and I wasn't wrestling them, meaning I was young, out of drinking, like 20 years old. And it's like this thing, so the behavior was bad, but it doesn't justify how they treat me. So I'm on a bench, Stockholm Central, it's called Platta, and I'm sitting there drinking a beer, and there's like cops come up, be like, hey, pull it up. And I'm like, I keep drinking, and it's like start, like they're getting kind of like, okay, like aggressive. And it's like, go, kind of like, I'm gonna finish it, okay. It's like, I poured out, I want you to make me understand. And I don't remember exactly, but like the gist of it is like, it comes time to stop drinking, I go, I'm not gonna stop drinking, I'll finish my beer. And eventually we stand off like squared off with each other, and I'm not drunk, and see like this. And he's like, to pour it out. And I go, so why don't you make this off like this? And, okay, kind of, okay. And it's never one cop, there's gonna be more cops there. So it's like this, but there's one main one there, I'm kind of like, we're having like a stare down, okay? And like trash talking. And it's like, well, just turn around, I go, no, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not doing this, I'm just having my beer, like, no, I'm not gonna do this or this. And I kind of trash talking, just verbal aggression, no physical stuff, okay? And then here's the thing too, where this is another thing that I've learned, was I've been training martial arts and stuff. I got my first street fight when I was 12 years old. Which I don't say just so tough, but sometimes people come in and like, Mike, you would never, if you got in, I've been in a fight, I won my first fist fight when I was 12. Why did I say I won it? Because I landed one punch to the guy's face, he was bullying me, and he's like bleeding and shocked, and that took the fight away. And he starts like walking away, and since it's like obviously the fight is over, and I didn't like pursue him and like beat him to the ground. But that's the first like fist fight I got it, street fight, less than 12 years old. It was like a childhood body. And we like, as kids do, we're out in the forest playing around, and it gets like we're feeling bullied. And sometimes this happens, a group of kids playing, and then it happens like a clique, like two kids, and Mike is ugly over this, yeah, he is, and then one guy's like, make a joke about it, other guys laugh. So it's like a feel abuse, like this person, like they're betraying that you, that somebody's like making fun of the other person, like enjoying, and they can see that you're having pain. It's like a sadistic component who analyzes. And this is like really pissing me off. It's like, I'm being abused and you feel that emotionally, and another person like having fun and kind of joining on it. So basically I got bullied by the person verbally, and I walk up and punch him in the face, okay, meaning to the front of the face, and I think I landed somewhere here. Like I did the mouth or the nose, but it's like, hit it to the front of the face, and like hits this, and this blood, okay, I remember that, this blood on his face, like from the nose and the mouth. And then it's like this, and kind of like this. And I decided, okay, there's no fight after that. So I count as a win. Because I punched him in the face, not knocked out. You come after me now, and now we can keep the fight going. But he obviously didn't want to fight anymore. He took the fight away. And he's like, do you understand? Like making a retreat. So that's the first time. But so as people come to my champion, Mike, I fought another guy. I'm not going to get into details. Same thing was like, I'm being bullied. And the guy should know better, but here's the point. I'm not getting into specifics. But the person gets in my face, and it's like a physical thing, and I punch him in the head. And I got him dazed and stunned like this, and he got like a song guys. If I would have hit him again, it would have got dropped, okay? So that he pushes me or cocks up a punch or something like that. There's something that provokes me to hit him. It starts with like square on, and then there's something that he does that triggers like a defensive move. So either that pushed me or started moving like this or something like this. And so at this point I go bang bang. So it's like this, okay? And I still train it sometimes because like, I fall out with that punch because I've seen it, that punch, which might have been the best boxing punch. I've had success with that, understand? So basically like this, I still practice sometimes. With this here, just here, see, it's a 1-2 double pump, where it's like the first punch lands here to the side, to the ear, and then you bounce off the cranium and then snap back into it. It's like 1-2 like this. So here, I can show it like this. Here. So it's like here, and it's either a push or like he's throwing a punch and I go here, more precisely like this. From the hip, straight from the hip. 3, 1, 2 like this. Like bang, bang, from the hip. Bang, bang. First punch, so it's not it's not like a super charge up like this. It's like straight from the hip, just quick from here. That's the first punch. All day, as remember, it hits here to the ear, bounce back, and then when I like charge up again, it's like kind of like bouncing off into the air like this. See, like this. It's like the first one is the hardest. See, like that. With bang, and it kind of bounces off the head like this. See, like that. From the hip like this. Here. And it's not the hardest punch, but it's enough to as bang. So after that, now he did something physical technique first. This was the defense. And then it hit twice, and then that got him dazed, like stunned. I can see like he's in zombie walk, it's like dazed like this, understand? Like you can see, like in boxing, the boxing match, one that get hit, this kind of, you can see it in the eyes of like the body gets like, this is a certain energy, okay? Which, like, if I would have hit him again there, I think he would have dropped. Because like his like all, okay, if you hit him again. I didn't hit him again, and there's another person also in the room that I wasn't want to fight, and he might have seen what led up to like the other guy started. So it's like restart, I think this goes in. And I'm focusing on like blocking his punches. And as so there's another person, and he starts throwing punches. I start blocking the punches, protecting myself, not looking to hit this guy, I'm not working to cover up and things like this. And I'm doing a good job with that. I mean, a few of the attacks I could feel hit my head, but I'm blocking the punches. And so maybe it was like windmilling hammer fist pretty much. And I'm blocking up high like this, kind of like this, like 6 like. If this attack and you understand it's like it's rotation against rotation. Like blocking like this, kind of putting up, because it's all 12 to 6. So it's like blocking, and someone might have hit, like I felt it up here. And now this person has come too. So it's like this guy gets into it, I'm blocking, and this guy is not somebody I want to fight. And he might not have seen what led up to, like this guy has punched him, I know the contest, I told this guy, don't come around me anymore. It's like, stay away from me. And then within a week, he shows up to kind of cross my boundary on purpose to fuck with me. After I told him, I don't want to see you, stay away from me. And it's like, why would you have it? The guy is here, okay? And it's another person, he might not know the situation. So what he might have seen, it might have looked like when he sees a fight, it looked like I just attacked the guy out of nowhere. Okay, so I'm not aiming at the guy who got involved in, I'm not looking to hurt him. It's like windmill and things like this, which can be effective. I practice this type of attacks, not like hammer fist. But I spam hammer fist attacks, and I'm spamming that block up high. Now, when I'm doing that, the other person comes to and shoots a takedown from the side. So from here, it's hard to do a takedown on me, okay? Now, if I'm here and focus on something over here, if you do like this from the side, here, it takes me down. So he takes me down, I fall on the ground, which hurts, okay, in the floor like this. Okay, I fall on the ground, it hurts, and the fight keeps going on the ground. And after a while, the ground, I started losing the fight. Now it's 2 people too. So I'm like, with 2 people, and I got a takedown on a hard surface, and I'm wrestling and things like this. And eventually it's like I get up, like leave me alone, kind of like verbally tap out, kind of like leave me alone, I'm down and stuff like this, okay? If I remember right. And I'm walking around, like I'm all like about it, and like really upset emotionally, like half crying or full on. Somebody gets so mad, it's like crying. So it's the point. Okay. So but eventually, pussy. No, I've seen people in the tough house crying when they get emotional. Fighters. It was like they're crying, don't be painful. Okay. If you get emotional, even if you're like not a pussy, you can stop crying. Okay. And that's happened to me a few times. If I get really mad enough, sometimes I'm so ragey and then it switches over to like crying all of a sudden or like laughing or something like this. Now here's the point. It's like the emotions. So here's the point. So yeah, those are 2 fights that I've had. And now we're getting to the main point of the cop wrestling, which have given me the worst injuries. Okay, and this is a dangerous sport, so I don't recommend people to wrestle cops. Okay, now this occasion, I'm drinking a beer, and there's a cop that comes out, tells the pour out, and it's like I didn't feel like I like this interview and how he was acting. And I go like, no, I want to finish it, and he starts getting more aggressive with me. And eventually it's like kind of like a stare down, like we're standing in front of each other, and it's like 1 to rape or something. It's just like it's not going to be so you can take it down, and I'm talking big game. Now here's the thing that I didn't know, where I had to watch chess hunter videos about don't let them get close. So it's like, it's still like I have the confidence, but he was inside my reaction space, and these sort of things I hadn't heard at this point. It was like, if somebody's this close to you, if they decide to do something to you, you don't have the chance to like, once your reaction time is, you already been hit with a punch. Which is like, part of the fight is don't let him get in the reaction space. Is that against a pro boxer, if I can get the position when his head is here, I'm here, and it's still, it's like and these people do martial arts and do this, like, okay, hold your hands here, and then your job is as a punch to move or something, is to show, like, teach this, like, a reaction time. So part of self-defense is not a lot of people within a certain space, because if there's a certain space where you're reacting to their action, and they're so close that your reaction time is not enough, no matter who you are. But like, if you're stronger or faster average person, you have good reflexes. It's like, still, if it's like, if a head is this close to your head here, and the person throws something, the chance that you will start seeing it coming and be able to move out or get it blocked is very low. So basically, I was overconfident because he was so close in my space, and I was like, it's not going to be easy for you to take it down or something like this, okay? And he's so close to me that it's like suddenly, it's like he's turning around like this and has my arms behind my back. And it's like, that's when I kind of like, always, do you understand? It's like one moment I'm here, it's like, it's not going to be easy for you to take me in or something like this. And then like all of a sudden, it's like, spin me around and has my hands like this. Okay? So it's like that was kind of like, I was overconfident. Now part of it, analyzing in hindsight, was once again the reaction space. So if somebody's like this close to you, and you're standing there, if they suddenly take the initiative to throw an attack at you, if that's a knee or a kick, it's so close that it's very hard for them to react to it and block it, or something like this. So a lot of it is not letting people get close. Another lesson that I learned that was party with a method. I'm not going to name names actually involving crimes or something like this. But I used to party when I was a young man, and there was a few times that I would be like partying with somebody who was like allegedly like a method, like a woman. As you see in my house, I'm not going to name names or anything. It's like allegedly porn. I might just make this up. But she had like a reputation of being a method. And she was in my house kind of hanging out partying with her. I'm not doing meth, I'm drinking. And I'm making coffee in the kitchen, and she comes in like really nude, and I remember her being verbally aggressive. I don't remember what I led up to if I did been before that. But she like storms into the kitchen as I'm making coffee, and so I turn around, and once she's standing in front of me, like, okay, like in my face and being belligerent, and I'm kind of just like focusing on the verbal side of conflict and not being in the mode where we're going to fight each other. So it's like she's close, and she's standing to belligerent, whoa, and then suddenly I have a fist in my face. So I think it's like she comes from below, it's like a straight punch or whatever, but it's like here that suddenly I get clipped in the mouth, bare knuckle punch. And maybe a punch by a female method is similar to a punch from a non-method man of the same way, or like an animal or something like that. So what is the point? But she clipped me in the mouth. And similar to the guy that I took when I was younger, where it's like it has that, I clipped in the mouth, and it's also a surprise. It's like I'm not in fight mode in my brain. I'm in like arguing with a girlfriend type mode. It's like, you're a scumbag, leave me alone, and then suddenly it's like you have somebody throws a punch. You're not expecting it. So it's the distance and not expecting a physical fight, and just being like, oh, we're arguing and bickering, and suddenly it's a punch. So the distance and the surprise, okay? So, every support, she punched me in the mouth. It didn't drop me, knock me out, but it split my lip. I still have a scar actually from that, like here, because she punched me in the mouth, bare knuckle, and which means the knuckle against this skin, against the teeth, can create a cut. So I still have a scar here from that punch. So it didn't knock me out, didn't knock out teeth, it didn't drop me, but it did like shock me and split my lip and leave a scar, okay? I don't know if the person was worried about me reported to the police or something like this, but it's like she came back like another day ringing my door with like flowers and chocolate, and be like, hey, I'm so sorry. It's like I was out of order, please forgive me or something like this. And I don't know if that was a guilty conscience for me, or if she was worried about me getting vengeance, like showing up at her house and being like, hey, you punched me in the mouth, bitch, or something like this, or making it a report at the police. But possibly she was concerned about some kind of consequence and trying to kind of a gift destroyed the heart, like give me a gift, okay. And I don't know if it was like really feeling bad trying to save the relationship, or if it's like she's concerned about what it could lead to, I don't know. But I hadn't been thinking about like getting back to from this. I just, whatever this, I didn't like this. So I haven't been like long drawn out in like movie fights where it's like rounds, where it's like it's one punch, one it come back, you know, trading punches. In most physical altercations, it's been more or less one side. I get hit once, or the other person gets hit once, and it's over. Okay, and not like long drawn out things. Now wrestling with cops. I never punched a cop, but I don't think the cops have punched me. To my finger. But I've wrestled cops, and I've had permanent injury to my shoulders. Well, permanent it's been. Vodka injuries. Where from that night where I was drinking, and a cop came and it's like this, and I'm drunk and young, and it's like, whoa, it's like, pour it out. I'm not gonna pour it out, I finished my beer. And it's like I'm gonna take you in before, so like, I want to make it. It's not gonna be easy for you to do that, so but okay. And like suddenly, I guess it gets my shoulders, I think, and like rotates it and gets my arms or something like this. But somehow I end up like this, and he's got my arms. Okay. And then they take me to a room in Takedowns, where it's like a changing room with benches on it to wait for the paddy wagon. It's like they have a bus that collects like drunk people for the drunk tank that have been taken by cops. It's called LOB in Sweden, Dagen och Brussels. So in Sweden, if you drink in public and you're belligerent and the cops are up, in certain situations they can apprehend you without charging with a crime and put you in an arrest cell for up to 8 hours without charging with a crime. Now it shouldn't be that it's like for nothing, okay? It's not like if you blow a positive, if you're walking home from a bar and the cops are up and you get a breathalyzer, like, oh, you're drunk, we take the drunk thing. It has to be that you're acting in public while being drunk. So it's not enough to act out, it's not enough to be drunk, but if you're acting out while being drunk in public, in certain situations they can put you in a drunk tank and like an arrest cell for up to 8 hours without charging or anything. So that I've had that as a young man when I was like a partying, going out partying in clubs and shit, 2 or 3 times I think, at least 2. So anyway, they get me into the room. And I think they got cuffs on me before you were getting in there. It's like they have here, and they get the cuffs on me. And oh yeah, I remember I got put on the ground too, before going through this battle here. So I get put on the ground and cap on the back. And then one of the cops, and I think it's like 4 cops at this point, one of the cops starts like verbally abusing like a fucking coward bully, okay? That behavior is like being a fucking coward bully in my opinion. It's like I'm cuffed on my back on the ground. Like I'm on stomach cuffed behind my back. And there's 4 cops, I think. Okay, like him and okay, this is 3 or 4 cops. And then now he starts talking shit. And I'm like, it's like, why are you treating me like shit or something like this? And he's like standing there talking to me. And then he goes, skit ska skit ha. So it's like he's doing something, insulting me, du är en jävla nolla or something like this. Things like this as I'm on the ground. Like you're a fucking geek, a zero or something like this, piece of shit. Like as I'm cuffed around the fucking stop. So he's like, he's verbally abusing me as I'm in a disempowered position. So that's not, and you know what I told him? It's easy to talk shit to a guy who's cuffed on the ground and there's 4 of you and 1 of him. I hit him with something like a bird, like a good, like I'm still proud of that. Where it's like, I'm on the ground, it's true. He's like starts like trash talking me. Once I'm cuffed on the ground and there's like 3 or 4 cops there. It's like, you're a piece of shit, you're a scumbag, like verbally, like derogatory. And I go, like, yeah, it's easy to talk shit to a guy who's cuffed behind his back on the ground, and there's 4 of you, it's you and 3 of your bodies. Well, it's a truthful point. See, it was like, I'm all tough for you. Yeah, that's easy to do to someone who's cuffed on the ground, and you with 3 of your bodies, and you have like sticks and pepper spray and guns and things like this. Okay, so it's like, and when I say like it's like, it's not okay to act like something like that, like what he's doing is not okay. He goes, skit ska skit ha, he says. So like, shit should be given shit, he says. So like, shit should be treated like shit. So he's saying something like common names, and I go, it's like kind of like, it's not okay. So whatever he's saying, it's like dissing me, and I go, it's not okay. First of all, it's like, it's cowardly, it's easy to do this when I'm touching the ground and it's 4 of you. And then it's like, and it's not okay, you're a cop, you should be acting like something. It's like, shit should be given shit. Shit should be treated like shit. So say I'm shit, and then justify treating like shit, okay? That's it. So I've had so many interactions with Swedish police. So I got to be a police officer. Anyway, after this, it's like they get me up eventually, they get me to this little room, Stockholm Central, Platta. They get me in there, and it's like a little room, like a locker room, that has benches and no cameras, like a small room. And they sit down on a bench, there's 2 cops there with me. So I'm sitting on a bench, I think they're standing, one of them is sitting next to me, one of them is standing on my right. And they're waiting for like a paddy wagon to show up, bring me to the paddy wagon like a police bus, and run me to the rest cell to spend like 8 hours there. At this point, I don't know if I'm going to charge myself, but I get at the very least going to the drug tank. And at a certain point, I feel like not safe either, because I've already been, they've shown themselves like antisocial, and do you understand? I didn't trust being in the room with no camera there, and I started like, I would be surprised if I think I said on the way, they said, "But you gotta take me there and like beat me up and so forth, rough me up." They're like, no, that's not how we work, so forth. But and once we get in there and sit down, I start feeling like I'm unsafe, and I don't know what's gonna happen, and I'm gonna start hitting or something like this. So I had the bright idea to get my stuff in front of me, not to fight actually, but it's like to be able to break the fall or protect myself. See? So it's like I had to feel I'm not safe, and I want to get the cuffs in front of my hands, just to feel safe, not to attack them. So the cuffs are kind of like this place. So I stand up and I start doing this to get the cuffs in the front. Okay. And as I'm doing this, they take me and throw me on the ground like this. Then I hit my head. So almost like I got a concussion from that. Meaning, in the middle of this, they take me and then throw me on the ground and I hit. Okay. And now I'm on the ground is like this. Okay. Didn't break their nose or knock out teeth, so I think they might have hit at the top of the head. But I remember like my head hitting the ground. And I'm on the ground and they said, "What the fuck is that?" I just shoved up my hands in front of them. You can't do that, whatever. Okay. Now here's the thing that I think that might be purposeful, to injure me. So here's the point. I'm on the ground like this. And then it's like they get the call, "Yeah, we're outside." It's like a cab wagon's right to pick me up and take me to the police station. And how they grab me and lift me up is not like tell me to stand up or like get me something. They grab my arms and yank on them like this to pull me up, which gave me pain in both my shoulders, rotator cuff injuries. Meaning they lifted me by taking my arms and then pulling me up with my arms like this, which hurt my shoulders. Okay. And after this, for at least 2 years, I had pain in my shoulders, rotator cuff injuries. And I still have problems in my shoulders after this. More than 8 years after this happened. For the first few years after this, like after this event and coming home, I had pain in my shoulders, and then doing things I was doing, like lifting weights, suddenly like hurt a lot. Like there's certain things like range of motion, like certain things I could do like hammer curls or pull-ups or push-ups, which like anything I've been able to do before, like certain things like push-ups, pull-ups, lifting weights, it will give me like pain, sharp pain in my shoulders. And also if you get cold, that would be enough to have like pain without doing something. So for years I had like pain in my shoulders and like decreased range of motion. I'd be able to do certain things, but I guess to certain point of the bicycle, like around here or something, it would be like a sharp pain. So now it's got to the point where I just like obviously I have full range of motion, I can move my shoulders like in which way, but I do get like clicks, okay? Whereas like I'm moving on click, like things pop here, but it's not really like intense pain all the time. So that's injury I got from cops, unnecessary. Completely unnecessary. Really unnecessary. So yeah, some of the police in Sweden are really, it's like they're bullies, in my view. A lot of them act like they're bullies. And bullies are people that like to power trip over people. And some professions that attract narcissists are police, politicians, and things like this. Narcissists and psychopaths. Because they're attracted to power over others, and this sadism, which is like being able to inflict pain on others and get away with it. So basically, if you have a group of people where you can exert control over others, hurt them if you like hurting people, get away with it, so you can engage in antisocial behavior, live out the antisocial nature and sadistic nature and power trip nature with not the consequences that you would get as an average person. Like if you join a secret society, there's Freemasons, something like this, or like something like certain groups, if it's police or military, it's like you can kill people if you're in the military. And so there's got to be like maybe one in 1,000 people to join the army. There's like a psychopath, kind of like a serial killer, like Ted Bundy or something like this. But it's like they don't end up doing it. It's like, oh, they join the army and I can like kill people for fun. See, and it's like legal. See, do you understand? There's going to be like maybe 1 in 1,000, 10,000 people that join the U.S. Army because it's like they're a psychopath, same type of person, a sadistic serial killer or something like this, like Dahmer or Ted Bundy or something like this. Okay, that type of person. Almost like they find a way to legally be a serial killer. See, where it's like they kill people in war, like, oh, that's so fun or something like this. You see the guy's face go up or something like this. That is important. So yeah, statistically, you have more psychopaths and narcissists gravitating towards professions such as police officers, politicians, and there's got to be some other professions. It's not every person, but I've had enough interactions with like somebody showed a big warning sign. How are we on power? 63%. Yeah, so where's I go with this? Now, I'm 36 today, and since turning 26, I didn't keep up in journal or anything, but since at least 26, I have been involved in any type of violent altercation, meaning no wrestling, no fighting, no punching, no nothing, and not. And nothing like being drunk and putting a beat in. So it's like anything I want to talk about is more than 10 years ago. So, and I counted it good. Really since like the last 10 years, since 26 or so, I have been involved in any physical altercation, like fighting, wrestling, not any level, okay? No level of physical conflict. And not being drunk in public and belligerent being. Put in a cycle. I did get put in a cycle. And that's because I'm a more individual. And there were people at 5 months departments for gang assault over it. And I started whistleblowing about it. And it turned into document to painting the department for reacting to their abuse. So they've been doing wrong to me. And then over a long time. And then I stopped reacting to what we were doing. And they said, oh, look at this guy's reaction. It's the problem. Give me a trouble. That's what I believe. For the Swedish police, and me have a long history. A long history of what I count as abuse. I've been harassed for many years by the police. One time I was threatened by a police officer. He told me what I communicated, what I interpreted as a veiled threat. Where I was standing up for my God given human rights, citizenship rights. And it was like a 30-minute stressing me out session. I put me in the hospital, like demanding an ID card, wants the ID, and like, I'm expecting a card. No, then I don't have to show it. I know the law. Like, oh, we want to see you, we know who you deal with, and they won't listen to it. That's like 30 minutes, and it starts out with 2 female police officers. This is when I lived in my old apartment, and I come home from the corner. So this step when I had like super much agoraphobia, social anxiety, PTSD, I believe. So
I was avoiding going outside when there's a lot of people outside. If I go outside, I would go outside for as short as possible when it's dark, so there's as few people as possible. Like agoraphobic, like the more people there are, the more stressful. So I would be avoiding going outside, and I wouldn't be like now going out in broad daylight, go down shopping. So back then I used to have like raging PTSD, CPTSD, whatever. Definitely agoraphobic and extreme social anxiety. So just being out in public, I had like panic attack, like stress. So I couldn't be like out in public being like level 9, 10 stress. So back then, if I hear myself, I used to not go outside, and basically now I go shopping in the supermarket and this. But back then, I'd be like, okay, wait until it's like 20 or 2100 hours, it's like getting dark, not that many people outside. Go to the corner, go into my grocery shopping in the corner store. Like that. And like hurry up and get home again. And as I've done recently, sometimes I'm on my way home, I sit down on the bench outside, I have a cigarette for going home. Walking upstairs and going inside my home. And it's like dark and I sit down on a bench inside a apartment complex. And I have my grocery bags next to me. And I'm sitting on the bench smoking cigarettes. And it's like a cop car that shows up, that drives in front of me. They see me do a U-turn and park in front of me with the high beams on. I have sensitivity, so this will also stress me. Park the car, get out, and they keep the headlights on, so they park right in front of me with the headlights on. And that's getting me like even more stressed. And there's two female police officers get out and start like asking, hey, who are you? What are you doing here? Okay. And then and eventually they start pushing for my ID. And I'm like, I'm just sitting on the bench here, okay. I'm having a cigarette. But who are you? What are you doing? Eventually I go like, yeah, I live here, okay. I'm on my way home. And they say, oh, you live up there? Whatever. Eventually start pushing for, can you show us your ID? What is your ID card? And I go, am I suspected of a crime? Because I know enough of the law that they're not supposed to, they might have changed now, I have to press that on it. But they're not supposed to, you're not supposed to legally have to identify yourself unless you're suspected of a crime. So for a cop to be able to force you to identify yourself, it has to be that you're either suspected of a crime, or, for example, if they're looking for an escaped convict, like ran out of a prison nearby and you match the description. It's like Caucasian, male, brown hair, jeans, and you that matches you, okay? And like they need to make sure you're not the guy that's out looking for that ran away from prison, something like this. So from my knowledge, unless to change it, Swedish law is like the cop can't just show up, show me citizen, show me your paper citizen, okay? Like in North Germany, they can't just like, oh, you feel like check this guy, pull up, that hey, ID card. And then you have to give it. No, there has to be that you either suspect of a crime or match the description of a kid convict. Or if you're being, expelled from the premises. Like for example, if you get a call, you're at a bar, a nightclub, and you're drunk, and they go, you have to leave, okay? You're not allowed on the premises, you have to leave. And then, no, I'm staying. And then they call the cops, hey, there's a guy that refuses to leave. And they show up. In a situation like that, you might have to ID yourself too. But it's not supposed to be that they can just pull you over and demand an ID card from you. So anyway, these two female cops were harassing me and I had me in the hot seat there with the car parked on the right headlight, pushing for ID cards like crack addicts, the ID addicts, okay? Like I've seen the joke before, like cop washers, the cops act like crack, like ID cards like crack to these people. It's like the cop, like, I need a picture of like somebody's ID card. It's like, ID card, come on, give me the ID card. Okay. It's like a joke for like an ID card of the citizen. It's like the ID crash for the cop. And it's like, after I saw him writing like a cop watching comment section on a YouTube channel, I'm like, yeah, it's like, yeah. It's like, I've seen that. It's like, it's pretty funny actually. That's the point. So it's like these two female police officers stand there and it's like, give us your ID card. It's like, no. Am I suspected of a crime? No. But we want to know who we're dealing with. And I'm like, well, if I'm not suspected of a crime, I don't have to show it to you. And like, well, come on, give it to us. And I go, and eventually I go to like, I'm not a sovereign citizen. I'm a guy who knows my law. So people try to discredit me and go, oh, you're like a sovereign citizen. So I'm not a sort of citizen. I'm not driving around a license and I go, I have a right to travel or something like this. I don't need a license. That's not the same thing as being a guy who knows your legal rights and wants to stand up for them. If you know that the cops don't have the right to do X, and the cops are trying to get you to do X, and you know it's not legal for them to force you, then you can resist it, okay? Now here's the point, it gets to the point where I go, and like establish what's going on. So if they go like, they keep asking, and I go, are you demanding me? Like, is that a legal command? Like, are you ordering me? Am I being forced right now to give my ID card? Because if they tell like, yes, you have to give it or you get arrested, then they're okay, get the ID card then. But if it's just like, we're asking for it, like, come on, give it to us, understand? Like, come on, they're trying to make you feel like you have to. Then it's like, I keep going, no, don't wallet. And eventually, after them, like, keep pressuring me, I get like stressed, I have like a micro meltdown. And I get up, and I have a camera in my pocket, and I get a camera up and start recording them. And I get up off the bench, and I circle around them, and I go and start filming. And I go, why don't you tell me your name? And I got a camera up, why don't you tell me your name? After they be like, pressuring me for my name and ID and stuff for like 30 minutes or something. And I get up, I get the camera in my pocket, I start recording them. And I go, why don't you give me your name? What's your name? And she was flustered. Oh, my name is Jimmy. Something like this. And she was real flustered. And then I take a right. And I got, okay. So basically, his situation. I'm sitting like this on the bench. Okay. And they have a car phone with a headlights on me. And I don't have sunglasses. And there's one female couple and they're like, come on, do it. I'll give you and let's push for it. And maybe 15, maybe 30 minutes. They keep pushing me. And I'm like, pressuring me. And I go, I'm not going to give it unless you tell me I have to by law. So it's like, it's still like they're asking, okay, before. They're still like, come on, then I go, are you telling me, am I being ordered, and if I don't give it, I'm being arrested for something? Like, no, but we want to see it. And I go, but I'm, okay. So it's like, I know that unless I'm suspected of a crime, they can't demand it. And I keep stonewalling, I'm not going to give it. It's kind of similar to this. If in America, I've seen boxing videos, and they try these tactics as top because sometimes people don't know the rights and they're cowards, and it's like, let me search your vehicle first. And they're all right, here. Now the reason they ask is because they don't have a warrant or like probable cause to search a car, because then they wouldn't ask. They go, step outside the car, we're gonna search your vehicle. There is a difference. If a cop is like, just pulls you over, and he feels like he would like to check your car, okay? And he goes, let me check the vehicle, okay? Why don't you open the door, let me check the vehicle, something like this. See, it can be that he doesn't have probable cause to force you to demand it, and it's trying to get you to consent to a search. It's trying to get you to give him permission to do it, because he needs it. If you'd be like, he saw a gun in the vehicle and opened a container of apple, somebody could be like, okay, I have probable cause, step out of the vehicle, I'm going to fix your car, okay? So it could be one of these situations, where it's like you end up in situations like maybe in America, it's an example, where it's like, hey, the cop will, hey, I'd like to check your trunk. And you go, that was suspected of a crime. It's like, do you have probable cause? It's like, no, but I'd like to check it. And it's like, well, if you're asking me, I'm saying no. Yeah, but come on, let me check the trunk. It's like, I'm not going to let you check the trunk. I'm not the sensitive. Yeah, but come on, let me check. I'd like to know what's in your trunk. It's like, I'm not letting you check it. Okay? And then eventually it's like, you go, come on, let me check it. And you go, well, like if you're telling me that it's like I have to by law, it's like a legal command and not you asking me as a person, I speak I can. But it's like, is it a legal command where like you are ordered to, then I open it. It's not, like if they will tell me, yes, you have to give it or you get arrested for not giving it, I'll be like, okay. But you understand, there's law and then there's asking things. So that was part two. I was like, are you commanding me? Am I being forced? Okay. Are you ordering me by law, like commanding me, forcing me to give my ID? Because if you tell me I have to by law give it to you, I'll give it to you. But as long as you're just like asking me, trying to get me to voluntarily give it, I'm not giving it voluntarily. Okay. And if you do, it's like under duress. Okay. It's like against my will. So, okay. So. Anyway, after like a long time with the pressure, I have a camera in my pocket, like a red one. And I get the camera, and I start a video, and I stand up and I go, why don't you give me your name? It's like, I have enough. Why don't you give me your name? Okay, so I stand up and I go, why don't you give me your name? And she gets flustered. I said, oh, I'm looking at my name is Jennifer. Okay. She said, like shaking like an aspen, that was an aspen. That kind of like that vibe, okay. I do that. So whatever. And there's two of them with ass batons, I think 16 inches pepper spray, and 9mm 6 hours 56 at this point. Now they changed the draw. But so they have firearms. There's two of them with firearms, fighting sticks, and pepper spray. Caps. Okay. With backup ready if they need it. And they still acted like they weren't ready for like some aggressive ending from somebody stand after them. Okay. So anyway, that's the point. Now if you bully people, eventually people stand up to the bully. So okay, now I didn't do something wrong or illegal. It's just eventually I'm gonna document this. I'm being abused. And I get the camera out and I start and I go, why don't you tell me your name, okay? And this camera from this side, stand up. And I feel like this way there. And then I walk to document, I want to get the unit number and the license plate on the top, okay? So I walk around, this here, I walk around and I film the car and the unit number and then them and I walk down film it, okay? And then they get on like the radio, okay? So it's like I walk, so they're here, not really close, okay? So I'm going to stand up, okay? But it's like they have some distance. And I stand up and I, what's your name? And she gets flustered and her name is. And I take a right and I move towards them. I'm flanking them. So I go to the right, the car is parked here. I get behind the car and film the license plate. And then film around on them again. And then circle around and film like the unit number. They have a license plate and the unit number. They have the car number and that. And I'm documenting. And now I got that. So in case I feel like I'm worried about it. Okay, so it's have documentation. And they go and call something. And then when it's like, I don't know, 3 minutes, and I stand up there, it's like, whatever. I'm documenting, I keep my distance. And then a van shows up, which is one police officer, and it's a male cop. Okay. So this van, it's the same word as a van, within like how many? I'd say like 3. Okay. And it shows up in a van. And it parks it and he steps outside. And I was walking, so what's the situation here? So it's kind of got a structure. Kind of like, she kind of walks out and goes, yeah, so what's the issue with you tonight? I understand. So it's like, okay, but it's like, whatever. He's trying to make like comment questions, or it's just natural to the conflict for so it's like, they have something. Whatever. So the part of like being a confident is also being natural and like or it could be that she's just trying to act as kind of like make you feel like the man in charge or something like this. So one of the points is that maybe it's really felt like they weren't in charge. But this guy looks like he felt like he was in charge. Whatever it is, it shows up there. And have what is your student? And I like sit down again like that. And it's he asked me like, what are you so irate about? Well, I feel abused, harassed. These guys show up, park the car with headlights. I'm stressed. I live here. I feel harassed. They demanded my ID card. I'm not sure if they'll kind of keep asking for it. Okay. And now I'm broke down. Okay. So I had like a micro meltdown. And I didn't have sunglasses. So part of the thing was that suddenly the cop stressed already. Okay. Fight more activation. Of course, I'm already stressed. It's like suddenly the cop there that turns to me. And then like here we go and head others that's doing that stuff. Parking with the headlights on in my eyes. Okay, I guess that's what it is. So I'm all distressed, like all the stress, and then like high level social topic, and then like pushing me. And the issue is to being wrong. Okay. So police officers are not social workers, because like you might expect them to be like understand disability. The issue is wrong no matter who you do it. Meaning like you don't if I'm not supposed to like harass and bully someone and try to get them to give up their rights, like forces that we themselves and figure it again. That's why I support, but especially why I got so irate. It's like sensory overload and like all this stuff. So it's like I got privilege. Anyway, so it gets to I'm sitting down and I'm have smoking one cigarette after another. Okay. And it's like 3 of them not talking to me. And then these 2 is like we go to chorus or like working towards an ID card. And the same thing is like unless I'm protected from crime, you tell me I have to give my ID card. If you tell me I give it to you, so I'm not a sovereign citizen, okay? Like, so people might expect people like me.
where it's like they use extreme character police. Whereas people are like, know their rights and will be set up there, like auditors in America. Whereas people do like they go live and they go to the police station or government buildings for coffee call and be like, I have the right to film. And sometimes be like, wanting to turn off or whatever. I know the law, I have the right to film. And then they might be probably like, you know what, you have to turn off, and they might go, well, if you tell me by law I have to, I get arrested, I'll do it. But it's like, if it's just you here, or something like this, so like, you can go ahead and arrest me, I'm not doing my report. So that's his point. So, he gets to the point where he pushes for ID card, and I don't give it, okay? I don't give it. Ask him, okay? They're not demanding it. They're not telling my character by law. Just like, come on, why don't you have this stuff? You do it. Yes, I do it. Okay. I even told him the truth, like the 60%, like, came home from the course, sat on, had a cigarette, car goes up, shine lights on me, start harassing with my ID card. I didn't do it so I'm in the store. Okay. Now, meanwhile, in the same thing, I told him this too. It's like, after like, this be maybe an hour now for me sitting and having this physical reaction. And he said, maybe there's a woman being beaten by her husband or whatever. Don't you have something better to do? Okay. Do you understand? It's like, don't you have something better to do? It's like, I'm a guy that says, okay. So it's like, in the same city with 10,000 inhabitants, maybe there's a child being beat up right now. Or it's like these real things that if cops want to be out here doing stuff, there's probably some great need for them. Or like maybe be part of the town square in case it's like drunk stick as a prevention. Just be seen there, okay? So it's like there's better things to do at the time than to be like harassing me, okay? So I told him that that's kind of like, don't have something better to do at the time. And this wouldn't be really what it is. Talking conference, it's like we're here spending time like after an hour, it's ridiculous. And it's still not, it's like still pushing. Eventually, it culminates with a threat, okay? Which I could, a real threat, okay? I took it as a real threat. Of all the home, possibly a loss of life. So basically, the point was like, they said, "Are we done here? Okay, I want to go home. I got food here. I want to go home, put in my fridge and stuff." And it's like, well, it's like eventually we're like, "Okay, you can leave." And I'm filming now at this point. Like I'll film when he arrived, and it's kept filming. And eventually, this is before I saw the light. Eventually, it's like as I'm getting ready to leave, he goes, the next time you get pulled over by us, it's not just a threat, it's also indicating that they're planning to pull me over again. To create some stressful event possibly. Like nästa gång du blir stoppad där borta, då kommer inte vara så roligt för dig. And I interpret that as a real threat. This alone can give somebody PTSD. Where it's like now you're going around the cop and said something bad's going to happen next time you see me. So it's like, well, if you're out in public with cop cars and stuff, now you might become personal. So I could definitely see how that could give someone PTSD to see if someone don't have habit to make it worse. Okay. So anyway, that's the point. So that he communicated to me. Where it's like next time you get pulled over by us guys, meaning like the police force, it might not be. But it's like the next time you get pulled over, it's not going to be that pleasant thing. As I interpret that as a threat. Okay. So there's a lot of things with Swedish police that I don't like. And here's the thing. Part of conflict I'm a part individual. So when this happened, I was a part individual. They thought it was just not at the level that it is now. So a lot of times if the cops show up and you're a part individual, it's like the reason they show up where you are is because you're there. Okay. It's like a lot of times if you're out walking and you're told video, you see a cop car, a lot of times the reason the cop car was there is because you're a total video was there. Cops are total. Here's another thing. Here's another thing. I do believe, quite possibly, that the Swedish police might have tried to take me out with plausible liability by provoke a reaction that will give them justification for shooting me or something like this or hurting me. And I can tell you in short, I'm walking, mics are live, talking the video, stream activism streams, where it's like going live, mics are live, talking the video, IRL streams for this. And then back then I used to have a description. The government doesn't want the word about gang talk to get out, but if it does get out, they want some crazy on earth.
So it's like I'm working every live stream I go live. Do you understand? Lowest level, I'm working to do activism. Meaning it's like if I go live on YouTube and I have a description with a link to a website exposing gang stalking, and the government doesn't want people to hear about this, they need this to be covered up and people not to hear and believe it. So just by being live with a link to a website, getting a word out, that is doing something, like the entry level. It's like level 1. Do you understand? Chuck Langberg's website. It's like, here's what gang stalking is, here's how to cover up crazy talk. And it's like, they don't want the average person to land on this website. See? So, if lowest level, I go live, and it's all boring, nothing special, just I'm live streaming with this link in the description. It's like, it's doing something in terms of getting word out. See? And then especially better if I'm like also talk about it in the video or that things like this. So, how am I gonna work out again and take a shower now? Okay, babe, I'll call you after I finished live streaming. I'm talking about Swedish police like to bully me. They like to bully me. Okay. They try to bully me before. Try and do. Okay. So what is the point? Okay. So here's the thing. Where was I? Oh, but I digress. Yes, Swedish police. Yeah, okay, so to the assassination attempt, question mark, was it? Okay. But here's what I believe. I believe that it could have been that they try to either like give me like try like, oh, he started here from his PTSD, we need a super stressful event where he like a mock execution effect, if I get really psychological, to create like a mock execution effect, make you feel like he's about to die. To kind of, it's like Michael started healing his PTSD, so he's not always hypervenous when it's outside. PTSD. Like we need to maintain it and make him have some super stressful shock stress event. Okay. Do you understand? It's like they don't have to actually almost kill, they just have to make you feel like I might die, I'm about to die, to try and give you stress. And if you've had PTSD, that's something, you start healing, that's something that can make it worse. Or, and part of it can also be, or we're hoping ultimately they end up doing something that will justify us shooting on the spot. So anyway, that's the point. I'm doing a live stream, I go to the corner store, I'm live streaming, I'm in the corner store, I buy something, maybe cigarettes. I walk out again, and walk towards downtown. So it goes up and it goes down. And I'm live filming myself. I have myself away in front, I alternate. So like with my phone, I'm live streaming. And it's kind of not that much traffic outside. So I get to the point, it's like a apartment complex on the right, and like a pavement in a road. There is cars that are parked there. And there's some like houses there, here's an apartment complex, multi-apartments. And it's really not that much traffic at this point. And I'm walking with my phone, and there's a silver car with blacked out tinted windows. There's like suddenly pulls up next to me, comes to an abrupt stop, stops abruptly, meaning like drives fast, stops quickly, doors swing open and two men move toward me. Okay, and that's all I'm seeing. I mean, it's just two men, so it looks like I'm being pulled up on. See, it looks like I'm being pulled up on. Understand? Like somebody's trying to do a hit on me or something like this. And part of the context is I'm a guy that has made videos on YouTube that apparently the Swedish police are aware of, that I think that's like I got threats that people are gonna come get me and pull up on me and things like this. Okay, that's also part of the context. What I said in my live streams was like, yeah, I've got threats, and I won't be surprised if they eventually get to send it, people come at me or I'm outside or something like this. And here's another way they do that, can take me out, make it look like an accident, suicide. It's like, and this part of prevention make it a little bit harder, like throwing backwards to machinery. If I think like, well, if they can get me in a psych ward, maybe they murder me, they like Epstein and be like, oh, he killed himself in a psych ward. So if I can make it just a little bit hard for him to succeed at by making videos, like, hey, if I go to psych ward, I kill myself, they murder me, okay? And that can at least make it a little bit harder for him to do that. And do you understand? It's like, what would I hate if I was them and wanted to like take somebody out as a suicide and not have raised eyebrows? If the person's like, I'm not gonna do it, if that happens, somebody murdered me, okay? Like, truthfully. So it was like, well, if they take me out, they can make me have a heart attack. They have a dart gun, so if I just dropped dead of a heart attack, it might have been murdered by the program. They poisoned me or hit with the dart gun or something like this. So anyways, the point is this. I'm walking, suddenly there's a car, a silver, what is that, combi, sedan, whatever, where it's like has a big back. So a car, silver car, dark gray, um, a gray car with tinted windows. They like suddenly, and it's no traffic, pulls up on me. So I'm walking beside, it drives fast, stops in front of me. It's like right in front of me. Doors swing open and two men start moving towards me. And there's nothing indicating that the cops on the car or the clothes. Until they're about this close, I can see he's got a necklace badge. So if I wanted somebody to think they're being pulled up on about to be attacked, that is how I would approach them as a police officer, plainclothes police officer. See, that's how I would approach them as plainclothes police officers. So once again, and I have a video of this on my Instagram, and I retained like the original live stream downloaded somewhere. But I upload like an Instagram short with Eminem song, like a short reel type thing, just the visual, okay. And I also have like a folder secured in different places, physical and virtual, cloud and physical, where it's like Swedish police, like cop interactions, stuff like this. And it's like different streams and clips. So here's the point. I had to pull one of the streams because they changed the law in Sweden, where it's so bizarre. We're not allowed to insult or humiliate public servants. Okay. And it's happened when I talk about things or trauma like this, that I get real livid and be like, I'm mad and be like call them a name. It's like, this cop did this to me. He's X, Y, and Z. Do you understand? And like technically, theoretically, they could charge me with that, which I'm not worried about. But they changed the laws recently, and I have to change my behavior to match the laws, unless I want to get into court case all the time. So it used to be more like ranting, and like when talking, it seems like this, it's like worked up and started like insulting and like really going. Do you understand? Okay. So it's like, imagine if you talked about you have a YouTube channel and you had something happen recently that really pissed you off, like a guy cut you off in traffic or somebody cuts in line in front of you, and that next time you have a podcast, which would be like, I was in the supermarket and some guy just cut in front of me, like, what a scumbag piece of crap. People like him is what's wrong about the world. He was ugly too, or something like this. This is something a normal human might react to, something. But it's like, if it's a cop that made you feel like that and you reacted to it, it's like, now it's a crime. Quite possibly. And so there's a new law in Sweden we're not allowed to, which is why I have been doing it since they changed the law. Okay. Now I'm not afraid of that. It's like here's the thing. The government would prefer there's no court case. If there be a court case, they'd probably take me out before I can stand trial. They don't want me. I don't believe the government wants me in a court case. Because if then I could get the word about gang stalking if I want to. If they ask me, hey Mike, it's like, why did you say it? Because I'm a total individual. You know, this is a progress country where people are recruited to harass me. And it'd be like part of like a record, so it's not a YouTube channel where they can shut it down with some strike in the future. It's like all my getting the word out activity is lost because it was all in one basket. Okay? But it's like a paper trail hard coded to public records, a court procedure. Or it's like this has happened, it's like do you understand? Like, yes, I am the target of secret prosecution program, stuff like this. It's like if I would decide to like get the word about that, like as an opportunity when I'm charged with a crime, and it will be like not as an opportunity. That's going to be part of the context of anything I get charged with, pretty much. Like anything I would end up being charged with, part of the context of what led up to that, I know that it will be the targeting. I mean, I'm talking about a program that works to make you break the law. That's what it goes to the program. They work to get you lash out, destabilize psychologically, provoke you, and they're working towards getting you to do something they can charge with getting a psych or something like this. So it's like obviously that's part of the context of anything that does happen. Okay. So it's a matter, here's the point. Now back to the event. Okay, so I'm outside walking, live streaming, and there's a car that pulls up, and then it stops abruptly. And the doors swing open, and two guys move towards me. And the interesting thing is, as I remember it, it's like as he opens the door, he's got his hand like this. Which, from my perspective, the first thing I see is like, whoop, this car just come and stop abruptly, the doors swing open. It's like a guy is looking at me and like doing this. So it could look like he's reaching for a weapon, see? Like the door's open, he's got his hand here. Now obviously you go, well, he was unclicking his seatbelt or something like this. Well, yeah, the perception is still, okay. And conveniently, his arm being like that not only makes it look like he could be reaching for a weapon or holding one, it also covers his necklace badge. So I have a cross here. So it's like if I would have my hand here, you can't see it. And if I remove it, it's like, oh, it's got a cross there, see? It's like only lower. So as I remember, he had a necklace badge. And then maybe a little card down here. But it's like his hand here. So basically what I'm seeing, there's no indication it's police. All I'm seeing is like a car pulls up, stops quick, the door swing open, and two young men move toward me. Okay. And it's not like this close to me that I see that it's cops. Okay. Which means, it's like, what if they were doing this to try to provoke a reaction and be like, freak out and think I'm being pulled up on, and get to lash out violently, and to be like, the violence would be against a police officer, understand? And maybe the court wouldn't buy my sword, it was self-defense, because it's two cops or what it is. And, or like hoping even darker, that I would attack them, like just start to defend myself. I'm thinking I'm freaking out, think I'm being attacked, and then like they pull the guns and shoot me, something like this. Okay, and be like, well, he was so close, and the car was behind us, we couldn't retreat, so we pulled our guns and shot him. They had no choice. It looked like he had a weapon or something like this. Okay, like maybe you have your phone. They could be like, well, it looked like he had a weapon moving towards or something like this. Do you understand? So anyway, it was wrong. Anyway you cut it, it was wrong. Especially, maybe I had to give you one medal. Maybe I had to get to the point where I do a court case with the police. Or I could just wait for them to charge me with something. Okay, I could just wait for. I can either like make court cases. There's a lot of crime. I've been the victim of a lot of crimes from Swedish police. I could either wait. I have been making court cases, meaning I can either wait until the Swedish cops, like the police, charge me with something, or I could like give you a medal or whatever you charge them. And a lot of this interaction I had on camera. And I'm an autistic guy. There's room to stress. It's very stressful, and I feel like it's got me PTSD or made it worse than I had before. So here's the point. Here's part of the context of this. Where look at that. I have a video on my Instagram. Now you will have to look really. Maybe I have to repost it, but it's got to be really far down the feed. Okay. So I post sometimes 3 things on Instagram in a day, and if it's like a year ago I posted, it's gonna be like maybe page 72. Okay. That's the point. So it's like I'm walking, pulls up, door swing open, and it's like 2 guys coming towards me. So basically, it's like it looks like I'm about to get attacked and be pulled up on. It's a plain, it's normal car, blacked out with no tinted windows. 2 men looking, nothing showing the cops until they're really close. And it looks like possibly they're drawing weapons on this guy's hand like this. And it's also clear to cover his necklace badge. And part of the context, it makes me even more pissed after I saw he's kind of validating. There's like, my feelings like this was wrong and they're doing something wrong. And it's kind of like, yeah, but whatever. I saw a clip from Södertälje police, I think it was called, with like Swedish cops. Bad boys, watch it, okay, Swedish cops, like Swedish equivalent to cops, but they're like a camera crew from the Swedish channel, TV channel. They kind of follow cops, and then they have something, and everybody's faces blurred out or something like that. Now, Södertälje police, I think it was. And I saw a clip show up on YouTube where it's, in the episode, it's plainclothes police officers. And they go up to a guy, and like they film, and it's like cops where they blur everybody's faces in Sweden. So it's like if somebody who's on camera because they're drunk and the cops, it's like they can show you even if you don't sign a consent, I think, as long as they like make your voice kind of like, like they edit your voice to be like different and then blur your face. They can like have interactions as long as they blur their face, even if the guy doesn't like consent. Yeah, you can show me in the movie. Like they blur your face and kind of make a voice modulator, okay, in the editing. So anyway, there's a Swedish, and it's not reality TV, it's like real like cops, okay, where they have clips from they have a camera crew from police, and then some of it they use it for like an episode, okay. It's gonna be like a compilation. And then I remember a clip that showed up on YouTube, and it was like they're showing a guy, blurred out face, being stopped by undercover police, plainclothes police. They approach him, like I guess they gave him to a wall, so for this, and check his passport for this. And then they cut like commented by the plainclothes police officers.
after this, like into the camera crew. They go, ja, vi som civilpoliser, det är väldigt viktigt hur vi närmar oss folk. För det är såklart att det kan vara lätt att det blir missförstånd. Så det är väldigt viktigt att folk förstår att det är polisen de har att göra med. För det är klart att det kan bli missförstånd. So basically it's like, we as Swedish like plainclothes police officers, obviously it's important how we approach people. And it's really important that people realize it's the cops they deal with as we approach them. Because obviously there can be like misunderstandings and bad things happening. Do you understand? Which that common sense. But especially with that in mind, when it's like cops have the same profession, same training on how to be a civilian police officers. That's what they're saying. And then if I look at my interaction with Swedish police officers, it's like they're approaching me as if they're trying to make me freak out and think I'm being like pulled up on by criminals who are gonna jump or something like this. It's like a blacked out car, stopped, and two guys just moved towards me. And there's no light, no nothing. And it's not like this close I can see it's police. I actually asked like, is it the police, okay? And they go, yeah. And it's like he's got a little car down here and like a badge now, okay? So especially after I saw that, it's like it's kind of validating. It's like, yeah, I'm not wrong for like I feel like that's a little weird. See, that's a strange police interaction. That's like a strange police interaction. Also, I demanded. I made a FOIA request on files regarding the day that I got apprehended by police and put in a psych ward. Now they're gonna send a cyberstalker to find monkeys here more likely because monkeys get a word about things exposing government corruption and abuses by the Swedish state. He's a total individual. So it's like he's not crashing out enough. He doesn't come off as too nuts right now. He's too calm. He's not uncalm enough. It's like we want to get him to crash out and maybe next thing someone say stop smoking crack to get people to think that Mike is cracking and that's why he thinks the government have to get him to okay, I've seen it's like the same old stuff, okay? Same tactics, anything to piss you off, okay? And then also perception management, where they work to gaslight and manipulate my viewers. It's like trying to get people to look at Mike like he's a drug addict, crackhead, by having someone go, this goes so crackhead to me, I'll tell to describe my testimony. Yeah, so anyways, the point. Yeah, that's really strange, okay? And I have a video of that. And like I said, it's like when doing streams like this is one of these things that's like, it ends up unplanned being part of a lot of my streams. So anyway, another thing I want to get out is, after I had the whole ordeal of being put in the psych ward, which my take on that is, well, it's because, why did I end up, not for being crazy, but for being a total individual, a Christian total individual with gang stalking in Sweden, which is state persecution, similar to the Suicide problem, German Competence. And flying monkeys being recruited to target me for the program and provoke me, push my buttons, and then eventually kind of lash out and start reacting to the abuse more and more over time. It was like losing my temper from the constant provocations, narcissistic always abuse tactics. And then it's like, oh look, this guy is nuts. Look, he's nuts. Okay, get him in a psych ward. And it's called Darvo. They play Darvo tactics, denied attack versus victim offender, where the same people that I felt targeted by, mistreated by,
they were like, oh, this guy is crazy and Nazi. Like after I started whistleblowing about, it's like, well, this is people are telling me for the problem. The same people, I'm not getting into specifics, but it's like the same people report me to the psycho that I'm crazy and call the cops on me and I'm crazy, give me a psycho. Basically, they swore at me, okay? And that's really something for it. It's like I keep milking that for more podcasts and like processing at the same time and getting word about stuff. So it's that it doesn't feel pointless to keep talking about. There's certain things I keep talking about and it's like there's a point to it. Like supplements, sugar, the sugar agenda. There's certain things. It's like it's not just about my stream's not just like the bullet point fact list I memorized as an intro. Avatar the video talk with gangs of conveyors. It's a modern day global persecution program similar to such sites. Ted Garrison confirmed it. But things like this. But it's also like I'm a real TI and talk about it's like here's what some specifics as part of talking about being a tornado that have happened. Here's how it's been affecting me. It's gotta make me really mad sometimes. It's like, do you understand? Well, it's like it's whatever is the point. There's nothing more personal than having your life destroyed by secret persecution program. Okay. So anyway, that's the point. After being slaughtered. So basically, here's the thing: it's Darwin, okay? Meaning people, and how to express it. So it's like his point. I'm a total video of gang stalking total videos, which means people get recruited to be flying monkeys, targeting me with narcissistic always abuse tactics and other targeting tactics. But gang stalking, part of gang stalking is narcissistic abuse. Gang stalking is narcissistic abuse on steroids. And if you know about steroids, it's not conducive to a good lifespan. We might be giving a good appearance for a while, but eventually you get exposed as a natty nut. See? You see? It's like this guy's like, whoa, Liver King, all steroids, okay? Yeah, these are social tenants. Perception management works for a while, okay? And it's all steroids. And eventually gets exposed, see? So the perception is like, looks good, facade. Eventually, lies don't have staying power a lot of times, especially if people start attacking the lie, okay? So it's like, herein is wisdom. So, over truths I perceive that this applies in all kinds of areas. So Liver King, on ab implants, question mark. And it's like, it's a sexual tennis. Look at this roided out, standard roided out bodybuilder physique, like Rich Piano or Arnold Schwarzenegger. This type, okay, of physique. It's like people that know it's like, oh yeah, that's a roid bod, okay. This dad bod, that's what I call, I just remember right now. Roid bod, okay. That's a roid bod. You see that roid bod, okay. And I'm not joking. If you know health fitness, to the point that I do, I have developed an intuitive perception of a lot of things, which means it's like I see Liver King first. I was like roids, okay, and it's like it's still. I was making videos and he was still not exposed yet until there more placement dates or something like this, whoever it was. I was like, yeah, this type of a toxic health physique. It's like deceiving young men. It's like, look at my roid out physique, and it's essential tenets. Buy the book. I suntan my balls, eat raw liver, howl at the moon, okay, and like read the book to be able to get the protocol. It gives you false hope, like guys are like maybe 20, 25, having a hard time getting shape. Like, wow, look at this guy, and he's got like some kind of protocol that's not real. So it's false attribution, or the gains are false attributed to whatever the book he's selling, or protocol, or supplement. I don't know. Like here's a supplement that has 5 milligrams of ascorbic acid in it, like 25 milligrams of magnesium. And it could be like partial truth, it's like they might have like a common supplement, where a lot of these too. You want to learn supplementation can help with testosterone. But if I look at these on like supplement websites, it's like Pro T, and I look at it, it's like it has this little magnesium, this little this. It's like it's not therapeutic doses a lot of times. And if it would fall on the board, it's gonna make not much of a difference. And then also there's certain things like you can't mega dose it because you're getting too much of one of the things they have there. Like maybe they have like copper in it or like iron or something like this. So it's like well, I had to take 3 to get 250 milligrams of magnesium. But then I get this much of this other thing, which is too much. See, so standalone supplements is the way to go most of the time. If you B complex supplements are different. So anyway, that's the point. It's the same thing. So it's like lies and deceptions don't have staying power. Okay, truth has staying power, which is why if you're working to win with lies, you have to cheat and rig the game. See? Because no problem can survive the sustained assault of thinking. Okay, and no lie can survive the sustained assault of the sword of the truth, which is not only it's not limited only to like the scriptures against heresy, but in a broader sense. It's like if there's a lie and you use the truth to attack it, like logic, reason, facts, it's hard for lie to survive. Which is why if you want a lie to win, you have to shut up people that are speaking the truth against it. See, if they understand. It's like if I'm like the deep state, I control the media politicians, and I want everybody to give up 15% of their carbon tax, or we're all gonna die. We're all gonna die, okay? It's like there's gonna be a cold winter because global warming is gonna flip over to be cold unless you give up 15% of your paycheck for like a carbon tax, okay? To compensate for like, okay, go green. It's like if people on YouTube and go like, this guy's wrong, this is bull crap, and they attack this lie, and they're right to say that he's wrong. It's like it's hard to win with the lie in the marketplace of ideas if it's like free and open playing field. Let truth and falsehood grapple. Who never knew the truth to be put to shame in free and open discourse, something like this. So they can't have a free and open discourse. So it's like, well, this guy is like making videos like speak against this narrative, like give up your money for carbon tax. It's like misinformation. You get a misinformation strike. If the deep state had that agenda and they controlled you to be like, change the terms of service where you can't say global warming is fake, and you get a strike. So it's like if the system started to promote like global warming and it's fake, okay, and people are like, no, global warming is not what the system is telling us it is, and YouTube changed the terms of service because it's part of the deep state, and be like, you're not allowed to say that global warming is not real. So somebody's like, hey, global warming is not real, boom, nature misinformation strike. Okay. And it's like, now it can survive because your grandma, all the videos available on YouTube is global warming is going to kill us all, pay 15% carbon tax. And people are like, hey, grandma, these guys are lying to you, like an opposing view. They shut down, see? So, don't come into my chat and be rude and disrespectful, okay? Don't come into my chat and be rude and disrespectful. You get blocked. People who live up to my standards of behaviors get blocked. You understand? This is not a low value man, low worth, low value riffraff show where it's like you get away with being antisocial, disgusting, or toxic. I get toxic people out of my life, do you understand? Don't come in talking crap. Yeah, so anyway, here's the point. Did you get a haircut? No, okay. I got cancer, terrible cancer. I fell into pool of AIDS. And fortunately, only like the top part of my head touched the water and I got out quick enough. So it's only the front part of the head that's, the head has been melted away by the AIDS juice, the pool that fell into AIDS. Something like this. Like, no, okay. Oh, I know I didn't get a haircut. This is how my hair grows. It grows cleanly, okay. Stop asking stupid questions. Being passive aggressive like a woman. If you want to say, Mike, your haircut looks ridiculous, say it, I call you out, you get blocked. Don't be passive aggressive like a weak woman. Okay. You would possibly getting blocked. I've been thinking about starting regimen. Well, you're a fool, and I already have the truth. So, if there's somebody who's the best on YouTube, which is me teaching health fitness truth, it's a good luck competing with me. Okay, it's like I'm thinking about starting regimen. I've been running a regimen for years. Okay, I'm thinking about starting. It's like this is also a part of foolish competence, where people that don't have competence feel like they're ready to be a leader or teacher. There was a guy, like a soft beta cock, low T sissy boy that has the softest boyish most look, Caleb, okay? Palm Wings or something, whatever his YouTube channel is called. And he was disgusting, okay? Where it's like, he's making videos where he's like a soft sissy, effeminate vibe. So like soft, like little boyish pop star in the 90s vibe, like a soft and tender, being yet tender. Him being not a man was yet tender, okay? So, for he was yet tender, okay? So basically he has like a blonde hair, and it's like long hair. That's not nature self-teaching man. Long hair is a shame on him. So having a long haircut is effeminate, Bible teaches. I don't care if I offend, okay? So the Bible teaches a manly haircut is a short haircut, okay? Having a long haircut is effeminate, see? So the Bible teaches it's a shame for man to long hair. Okay, that doesn't mean that I think he should be thrown in prison with a long haircut, but that's what the Bible teaches. Okay, so he's got long hair and his energy is not man. He's got like a boyish energy and look. Okay, so he's not like a guy. Wow, this guy's a manly man, but he's making videos on masculinity and he doesn't have competence. Like everybody wants to be a guru type, the narcissism in culture. It's like the overesteem one's worth and competence. It's like a guy who like sees other people entertainers for this. Well, I'm gonna be a guru. Like, yeah, here's what men should do. You should be disciplined. And it's only him in a car filming his face talk about how other men should be. Now, if I go like masculinity, I'm a guy that has discipline. I fast 10 hours per day, eat a low sugar diet. I exercise hard on the regular. So it's like I have some credibility there, and I look manly than the average person. I have height soft physique. But it's like if you're a weak guy, it's effeminate, and there's no videos of you doing hard things. It make videos like do hard things, and there's no videos of you doing hard things like jogging or power walking, even or lifting weights, or doing push-ups, which is you should be doing hard things of them. It's like who are you? You have no proof of you ever doing any hard things, and you look like a guy who never does. So face value look like a guy that doesn't do hard things a lot. And you tell other people to do it. And there's no videos you do hard things. You're only seen doing easy things, like being on camera for 10 minutes in a car, phoning it in. Okay, so it's like it's a problem of culture where I have competence, but the con artists of this world, they feign that they lack competence and they overcompensate with confidence. See, there's a quote that the problem of this world is the fools are full of confidence when wise and like intelligent people are doubting themselves. See, and there's some truth to that. It's like, and the reason it works is because of how the masses are. The masses are very easily deceivable. This ties into my sugar agenda. So basically, the average person has been made to be easily controlled by the deep state, which means they've been destroyed and weakened to a point where they're easily perception managed. They're easily scammed, see? Which is why a lot of young men fell for Living King. I didn't. I thought it was natural. And I was out here before Penguin C made a video, he's a fake knight or something like this. Like, I was long ago, as soon as I started talking about it, it's like, yeah, he's one of these rolled out influencers. So anyways, the point. I've been thinking about starting a regimen. Anyone else have any tips? No, watch my videos and learn. Watch my videos and learn. If you like today, like, oh, I think I should start a health fitness protocol. It's like, if you don't have one already, you're not ready to teach it. So I'm a person that has a health fitness protocol and teach the truth. So get busy watching my Rumble streams teaching health fitness, because that's where the power punch health fitness videos go. because on YouTube I had to go back to Official Health Fitness. I've got a medical misinformation strike. I got a warning on the video, not a strike. Of the Mike Sappho testosterone pro health fitness protocol. I'm not going to say what I said in the video, but that video is watchable on my personal Facebook page. It's a pinned post on my Facebook, same profile pictures you see right here, Mike SAHA. And don't send me friend requests. I'm not going to accept them. I don't accept friend requests and play poker on Facebook. Gotta catch them all. It's like, I'm just sending random friend requests to people's posts I see and accept any friend requests I get a suggestion. No, it's like, I like to keep my list short, okay? So I have less than 50 friends on Facebook. And that's how I want it. Now, people don't have to be friends with me to watch the posts that I post with the audience and the public. So at least once a week I post something to my Facebook page with the audience and the public, which means people not my friends can still watch the posts. Okay. And the pinned post on my profile is Mike Sappho testosterone pro health fitness protocol. So watch that video. Take notes. And have a notepad, pen and paper, take notes. Now, and that's like for now. I'm gonna keep making videos. I made a video earlier today to talk about health fitness. So basically, start watching my streams so you keep learning. Have a pen and paper. Follow the links. Sometimes I share links. I talk about vitamin C being antitoxin. I link to a video by Tom Levy teaching this. Okay. So basically, it's a one-stop shop information hub. If I'm a channel, you can learn from me, and you can learn by following the resources, like clicking the links that I share. So unlike a lot of people, leaders, I play honestly, meaning I'm not in the perception management game. Human beings are not good at focusing on many things at the same time. Here's my assessment. Here's my view. Meaning I'm a person that is accuracy and truthfulness centered. And that's part of my character. Where it's like I value accuracy and honesty. And people that, it's like either side of the spectrum. A lot of times the bigger ones are people that are perception centered, speak with confidence, appearance, how they dress and wear, the lighting, the angles, everything. And that's what they're majoring in. And like talking as if they know what to talk about. Whereas I'm focused on what I'm saying being true and valuable, see? And it's hard to do both things at the same time. So people are going to be on one side of the spectrum most of the time. It's like they're either like focused on sounding like they know what they're talking about and looking like they do. Or they focus on I'm doing the work of just cut and dry, sharing data points and facts with people, see? And a lot of times the previous category has more success, unfortunately. Full self-full confidence, like feigned competence. People misread confidence as competence. And like I said before, there's a quote: the problem with the world is fools are full of confidence while smart people are doubting themselves. Something like this. Anyway, here's the point. And the reason that people are so easily deceivable is because it works. I've been teaching on this. The deep state have an agenda to have the masses easy to control. And conducive to that desired outcome is having the masses dumbed down. Because people are dumb and like mentally glazed over zombies are easier to perception manage and control and deceive with lies, see? That's why they have a high sugar agenda. That's why I have a high sugar agenda, because sugar dumps it down, weakens your mental and physical. So if you walk around in a sugar haze, eating a high sugar diet, you're less likely, like actively, you're easier to be overcome by a lie being spoken to you, like being attacked by a lie. Here's the truth. It's easier to like penetrate the dull mind and like achieve penetration, have the seed sprout, like to be overcome by this, okay? And also, if you're a sugarhead, you're less likely to have epiphanies like what I do. It's like I'm watching movies, like, aha, eureka. Like you see something. You look at the same world as I do, but you don't have this like, oh, I can see some truth here. So if you have a sugar brain, it's like you're eating sugar, a high sugar diet. You're gonna be more mentally clouded, less sharp mentally, and it will hurt your discernment. So you don't want to over spiritualize it, but discernment is a spiritual gift period. It's like it's a spiritual force, discernment, that you get if you're a Christian, you get discernment. No, this part of you as a human being is biology, where memory is your brain, okay? Processing information is your brain. Reading verses in the Bible, it's your brain that's decoding them, okay? And there might be seeming contradictions by people that lack wisdom and understanding. But one thing doesn't contradict the other. Meaning, the Bible teaches that your physical body becomes indwelt by the Spirit of God, you can say. See? So apparently your physical body, there's something relevant to that, see? Because it's not that what you can say the Bible teaches, the Holy Spirit hovers above your body and looks down on you, or something like this. No, it goes inside of your physical body. Physical body becomes a temple of the Holy Ghost. And God says, don't use your members to serve sin. Yield not your members servants on righteousness to sin, or something like this. So, you don't want to over physicalize things, you don't want to over spiritualize things. So basically, here's the point that applies to every human being. If you're dumber, you're easier to deceive. Now, you can compensate by desire for the truth. So, if you look at why haven't some people woken up to 9/11 yet? I woke up 9/11 inside job before I was 23 years old. Okay. Why haven't some people done it? Well, IQ matters, okay? And my analysis of this, I thought about this, why it came to me. Truth is discovered, not manufactured. Okay. Is there anything new? Is there anything a man can say this is new? It has been before. See, Ecclesiastes truth. So, truth from Ecclesiastes. So, the truth is discovered, not manufactured. Inventions are discovered, not created. See? So, truth is something you find, not something you create. In relevant terms. Meaning, you discovered the law of gravity. Isaac Newton, he had like an app for us, I said that was the guy. He didn't invent gravity in a lab, he'd be like, let's put this together, now we have this force called gravity. I made it. It's like my mind made gravity. I figured out how to put things together, now we have gravity. No, he discovered gravity, see. It's something that's there, and he discovered it and articulated and brought it down and explained it. So he had an insight about something that is true, and then explained it, okay? See? So truth is discovered, not manufactured. Nice point. The average person is dumber than they ought to be because they believe in the matrix system lifestyle that the deep state want people to live. Hey, Bruce Lee. Hey, I'm not Bruce Lee, okay? And I'm not a wannabe, I am me. I'm a Christian warrior as David that has learned fighting skills from God, okay? Hey, Bruce Lee, I'm not Bruce Lee, okay? With the narcissistic sort of put down gaslighting type comments. Hey, Bruce Lee, with a mocking tone, is what I mean. I'm not Bruce Lee, I'm not trying to be like Bruce Lee. I'm a Christian warrior. I'm a man as David that credit God. I prayed to God to get better at fighting, and I've been getting better at fighting since. I pray to God to get better at stronger, and I'm stronger than other men are, mentally and physically. So, Bruce Lee, I'm not Bruce Lee, okay? It's like a strawman argument where it's like, oh, Mike, you like this. I'm not like anybody, okay? I am me. I'm unique. And I'm a main player character, not an NPC. I'm not an emulator. I'm a human being, an individual, empowered by God to be great and make so many things and do. So, anyways, you're gonna get blocked, but I know it's disgusting. Like, what do these people contribute?
you're listening to a genius. Do you know how the value in that, first of all, the disrespect? That people pay money, if somebody's a genius, to pick the brain of a genius and get to listen to them talk. Just that, the IQ level I have. Not even talk about like the boots on the ground, brass tacks. You have a person here that can teach you how to raise your testosterone, how to make less likely to get cancer, teach you how to be more beautiful and more energy. And it's like you're treating me as if I'm less worse than I am. You're blind to my value, okay? Which it doesn't sit right with me, okay? And your behavior, the smarter you are, the less input you need to find the truth about something. So I don't need to write, I am doing this, it's gaslighting, narcissist evaluation, I'm mocking. It's like you write a short comment and I can tell what's going on, okay? So on that basis alone, it's like your behavior is unseemly and unmatching of who you're talking to. Put some spec on my name when you bring that bitch up. When you bring up my name, put some spec on that bitch, okay? But I don't want to talk to you anymore, okay? So here's the point. You bring up my name and put some spec on it. I don't want to talk to you anymore. So, but here's the point. So when you bring up my name, you put some spec on that bitch, okay? And don't come in here with your stupid questions and your whiny comments, okay? Yeah, so anyway, support. I'm an actual genius. That's not that makes me dangerous. I'm a superman. I'm a superhuman. I'm extraordinary. And I don't have problem being bold. Hey, by the way, guys, how's that humbling Mike Sauer workout for you? Do you feel like it's working? Oh, I'm humble now. Oh, I'm not so special. In fact, I'm a bit of a bull. If I tell a joke, you probably heard it before. Okay. No. Okay. I'm still reigning and defending Mike SAHA live. Okay. Yeah. Still. So, I'm a superhuman. Thanks to God. Meaning, it's rare to be handsome like Brad Pitt in his prime. Now this is bad lighting, but it's even at my worst. So it's handsome to be it's rare to be in the same category of like facial symmetry handsomeness as Brad Pitt when he was like in his prime. Okay, that's rare to be as handsome as him. And a couple would rip with a six pack. Okay, like have the bottom of the underwear model. That's rare. Only 1 in 10,000 men have a six-pack. What is a six-pack? Aesthetically pleasing, a value. It's a good thing that's rare. And human beings value things that are pretty and rare. I learned that from watching a jeweler talk about the psychology of jewelry. Where it's like if something is rare and pretty, it makes it highly valued. Okay? See? So, yeah. So, if you're looking good, and that's rare, the average man is ugly. Okay? The average woman is ugly. I say this is the average Swedish or American woman. The woman number one is ugly. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. Hillary's into really freaky weird stuff, man. She's got worms crawling out of her ears. Obama and Hillary, I'm told they both smell like sulfur. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. I'm so pissed. Yeah, so first of all, most women in Sweden are ugly. Most women in America are ugly. Now, part of beauty is subjective. Part of it, where it's like, if you're a 5, you might find a 6 attractive, but a person who's an 8 thinks that it's like this person's not attractive. And by support. So yeah, I'm rare, okay? So 1 in 10,000 men have a 6-pack. I have a 6-pack. That's a good thing to have. And you can lie to yourself, but it's like that's what science teaches. It's a sign of strength, health, fitness, good genetics. A lot of times it can indicate that. And it's like most women are more attracted to guys with a 6-pack than people. Okay. So it's rare and valuable. So I'm a guy who's ripped with a six-pack. I have elite of athleticism. I'm in the same tier, top 10% elite athleticism. Meaning the top 10% of male athleticism. I'm in the top 10%. Rare. Meaning what? Cardio level, speed, punching power, things like this. Just athleticism. I'm in the top 10% of athleticism. So now, notice all these rare positive things I got going for myself. I can sing better than average person. Now we weigh up and down depending if I got allergies and things, but it's a point. That's also rare. Rare singing ability. Notice there's a lot of rare here. I said I'm a superhuman, I'm backing out. On top of that, I'm a genius. I'm a manly man, high testosterone, athletic, manly guy. And I'm not a parasite, and I'm also a genius. And I didn't just make that up. That's confirmed by psychologist test. So I got tested for autism. And one of the tests in the autism, multi-day testing, was an IQ test. Okay. It's a multi-day test, we go and spend kind of like the whole day or something like this. So one of the days it was an IQ test, okay, that we gave me. And after giving the IQ test and scoring it and come back, it's like not standard procedure. They don't tell the number score when you get tested for autism. But I can tell if you're low, mid, or high. Okay. And after the IQ test, it's like they said they wrote down that I'm extraordinarily intelligent, and something to like borderline savant, like gifted status. It's like highly intelligent, like almost gifted status, or like certain terms, like word terms for intelligence. So they don't give you a score when you get IQ test from the psychologist when you get test for autism. And I can go, why? Maybe some people get tested just for IQ test or for this, or if they're MR person got a sub 85 IQ in the tummy, got 85, home Google 85, super dumb or something like this. Or like they tell people, I got 85 IQ, we'll go to this for autism. And the person that has that is more likely to like tell people, and people are usually really dumb or again, so there might be a reason why they don't give a number score. Okay, possibly a good one. That's a point. So she tells me, yeah, you got an IQ test, you got a high score, okay, and we don't tell people the numbers, but you got a good score. And she wrote down I'm extraordinarily intelligent and borderline like gifted status, like almost gifted or like someone, whatever the word is, like gifted status. So gifted, I guess, would be 140 IQ plus something like this. But it's like almost gifted, okay? So it's like Michael is extraordinarily intelligent, borderline gifted status, but almost gifted. And I think gifted is maybe 140 plus or something like this, I'm not sure, okay? Which confirms I did an IQ test in high school at a long break, and I got 137, okay? And it was like an online test, it was legit, but it's an online test. So, anyways, the point. So that's a genius level IQ. And on top of that, she told me, is that we can't tell the score, but we got a high score, okay? And maybe you should try applying for Mensa, okay? She recommended that maybe I should try applying for Mensa. And what is Mensa? It's a club for high IQ people, where the entry test to the club is an IQ test. And you have to have a genius level IQ to get there. So a government psychologist administers an IQ test to me. Doesn't tell me the number score, but she writes down Mike is extraordinarily intelligent, borderline gifted, like almost gifted, almost to the point where we write gifted. And then she tells me like you got a high score, maybe you should try apply for Mensa. So I would guess it's somewhere around 140 IQ, or close to it. Okay. And I had that in writing, and my mother was a witness to it, because you bring a loved one that notices childhood, because autism manifests in childhood. So if you have somebody that notices for a child, they like you to bring them with you so they can tell you. Especially if it's about things like 2 years to 4, you might not have any memory of your life. So it's like my mom came in and talked about what I was like as a kid. Okay. So anyways, the point. So yeah, okay, I'm an actual genius. And that shouldn't be that hard to believe if you watch my videos. Like near perfect reach, where it's like a savant thing. Where it's like almost like an autistic savant. where I'm able to quote the Bible well and teach entire sermons, like 3-hour sermons from memory alone. Do everything I'm doing if it's teaching something from memory alone, because part of IQ, and I've looked into this one that CrossFit competence, so for that I know consequential competence knowledge about intelligence. So some signs of a powerful brain, intelligence, is recall, meaning memory, okay? So the higher IQ, the more likely you are to have good memory and to be like stand out in how well you can quote things, okay? Also pattern recognition is commonly like associated, correlated with a high IQ. So indicators of high IQ without an IQ test is like a good memory, recall ability, and good pattern recognition. And if you watch my streams, I just go live and end up teaching things, that's what you see. Also, linguistic ability is connected to high IQ, like intelligence, powerful brain. And if you compare what I sound like when I speak Swedish, contrast to most Swedish YouTubers, there's a remarkable absence of like a thick Swedish accent, meaning I'm more fluent in English, American English, than the average Swedish person is. And I'd say my vocabulary might be on par, if not higher, than the average American my age. So I'm Swedish, and I do believe that I might have a higher vocabulary, like more words in English than the average American 36-year-old. I wouldn't be surprised. So, anyways, the point. So yeah, if I know my value, I know my worth, and I know that the truth is, without being emotional, it's like rating myself. It's like, yeah, I have this goal for myself, this quality, and then people are treating me as if I'm a person that doesn't have high value, and they treat me as if I have low value. That doesn't sit right with me. It's a form of abuse. See? So I don't like that. You don't come in being disrespectful and mistreat me, okay? So it's like basically, if I know I'm not like a trash person, I have a lot of things going for myself. And also part of masculinity is utility. I mean, what do I bring to the table? Well, I'm interesting. I can free entertainment. I can be more entertained than most people. I produce content where I'm teaching things freely. They're valuable. It can save human life. Okay. It's like you come in and you treat me as if I'm some riffraff, something like this. Don't get confused by the haircut. There's equipment failure, not operator error, by the way. There's equipment failure, not operator error. We got to a certain point where it's like, we got caught there, it was heavy, like I didn't push it more. So, anyways, the point. I might train some more, and the haters don't like that. I'm a total video talk with gang soccer ton videos. Which is secret persecution problem. So, I get a lot of haters and get a lot of haters and harassers. And making sense that I explained it to you. There's two main categories of haters. People show up, harassing me, attacking me in the chat, trolling me. There's paid to hate gangster control. So there's people that have a job to show up, harass me online. And then there's the average Joe, toxic, pathological, insecure, narcissistic person that sees a guy be more athletic than he is on camera, gets triggered, and starts attacking the person and getting a narcissistic injury. So the average person is narcissistic. It's like, and ideal judges you. So if Mike is out here being a disciplined man on the internet, exercising, being athletic, pushing himself, doing manly stuff, an average person, feminine, insecure about the masculinity, due to low T in part at least. And I did judge, they feel like bad, okay? It's like somebody that lacks athleticism, see a guy being athletic. Somebody that lacks discipline, they're out of shape and lazy, and they see a guy who has discipline to push himself. Basically, once I understood narcissism, and I have a big enough like vault of experience of human interactions, like a sample group, like thousands of commenters over the years. The average person is highly narcissistic. See? So what is a narcissist? A narcissist is ruled with what's called narcissistic injury, which means if a person is a somatic or intellectual narcissist, there's two main, or like two types. So if a narcissist is like, a big part of ego is like they're a genius, but they're not like me, was like a psychologist said, they're extraordinarily intelligent. Extraordinary means above average, above baseline, above median. And recommend you apply to Mensa, you go, I'm a genius. It's not like that's delusional overestimating his self-value and worth. Because it's a government psychologist, which I could test that you're extraordinarily intelligent. I recommend you apply to Mensa. And I go, I'm a genius. It's not like, oh, the guy's crazy, he's got an ego. I like to tell myself I'm a smart guy because it makes me feel good. No, they're just being accurate. Accurate important facts about yourself and the world. So I'm the same inwardly as outwardly. I'm honest with myself and my self-assessment and with others. And that's a path to success. Okay. I wouldn't have survived what I've gone through, which had been a hard life, fraught with peril and hardness. Hadn't it been for basically the proof's in the pudding. It's like the way that I've been and live my life, being who I am, living like I do, has led to me enjoying 10 plus years of intense persecution, surviving it. Okay. And it's like that. The issue with that is, when I get into that, there's a hard sell. A lot of people are thinking that I'm crazy when I talk about gang stalking. So really, it would be better if I want to like prove a point that I go to things that are not like people like, oh, that's not happening. Like I grew up in foster care, so that's always like a trauma. That's hard to do. I grew up in foster care. So I got ripped out of my family as a teenager and thrown in a foster home on the other side of Sweden, pretty much. Not too far from my family to travel. And when the judge at the gavel, not too far from my family to travel. So that's something that's hard to do. See, it's like being put in a foster home, living isolated with a family, and on top of that, I felt that they were abusive, okay, like mistreating me, and like feeling like bullied in a foster home, okay. So an autistic guy gets ripped up with his family, thrown in foster care, isolated, and it's an abusive, toxic environment on top of that. As a tender boy, not as a grown man, see, as a boy. So that's something that survived. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of people who won't be able to survive things like that. There's a lot of people that can't survive being isolated or like stress or something like this. So it's like I've had a lot of things in my life, and it's made me strong. So my point is this: the way that I operate is the way that it's like if the rule you follow brought it to this, what just was the rule? It was like I've survived 10 plus years of intense persecution, extreme hardship and trauma, and crisis upon crisis and crisis upon crisis. My life has been an adventure, and it's been not like a happy, all this stuff. It's been a lot of trauma and perils and crisis, health crisis, mental health crisis, physical health crises, circumstances, and I've enjoyed it, and I have been destroyed. I've been thriving, not just surviving, see? So basically, it's like I've ended up being a person that is like the way that I am, obviously that works in staying strong despite extreme circumstances, see? And what doesn't work is being dishonest, see? What doesn't work is being dishonest. What works is being honest. Here comes into another analysis, okay? So after realizing I have autism being diagnosed, I spent some time researching it and reflecting. And here's the thing. Demystifying social anxiety sort of things. I've joined a few groups on Facebook, like adults with Asperger's or something like this, or young adults with ADHD, Asperger's. It's actually like mild autism support groups. I've joined a few groups, okay, and I'm also health fitness groups. So I've joined kind of like an eclectic number, like different types of groups on Facebook. And I've seen a few posts, people like, why are my friends neurotypicals always think I'm lying to them? It's like I know that I'm an honest person and I'm not like a liar, okay? And I've seen quite a lot of people, like I feel like people always mistrust me and treat me like I'm lying when I know that I'm speaking the truth, like this, okay? And I also know that statistically, autistic people are more likely to be honest than a non-autistic person. Basically, I answered this question and I can explain it. So here's my take on it, my analysis. And I asked one of these people, give an answer. So, commonly correlated with autism is social anxiety, which means anxiety, aka nervousness, aka stress, when interacting with human beings socially. Okay. So, stress, anxiety, nervousness can register as deception in body language, which if you're an autistic person, a lot of autistic people, if you talk, to give you an example, so let's say an autistic person who's as socially awkward and anxious as I used to be before growing, okay? Now I do public speaking on the internet, I'm not always like super stressed, okay? But I still have nervousness on and off. But if I go back to time before I improve myself, and I'm not, like I've improved the autism, morbidity, or whatever, autism stuff, like common autism problems, like social anxiety disorders, difficult to socialize. There used to be, I couldn't talk on the phone with people. So this social interaction, which is there's some part of your brain that's like the socializing department, okay? And for me, it's over with a weak guy that is easily fatigued and burns out, okay? So it's like, that as I think about it, so it's like you have like this component, like socializing, and it's understaffed, so it's supposed to be like 6 guys, but it's like 1 guy, and the guy is like weak and sick and gets easily tired. It's like a box comes from the same line, human eye contact, and the guy's job is like to open it and sort of put it over here, okay, process it. Then it's like, oh, now it's answering questions, and the guy is like, open it, and so your job is to put this sword and put this here and this over here, like this. It's like it's supposed to be 6 guys there, but it's a skeleton, which is 1 guy, and that guy is like super weak and he's fatigued. He gets like really tired and things like this. So kind of. So here's the point. It's commonly called with an autism diagnosis, being autistic, is social anxiety, which means being like nervous and stressed and anxious when interacting with people socially. I used to have where I couldn't like talk to the phone with people even. It was like I said, talk on the phone. I get some deal from the power company, I had to call for this. And it's like I'm so stressed that it's like I'm always having panic attacks just from talking on the phone with somebody. So that'd be a lower level social interaction. A higher level than that would be looking at a human face, interacting face to face, see, and talking, and other than just voice only talk to them. And even like writing emails and have super stress anxiety. So any type of social interaction would be extremely difficult, but I've improved it zero. So it's the point. An autistic person, and it's not that one size fits all, but there's a lot of autistic people that have at least some part of their life, okay, before they get medicated. Some people turn to medication, I turn to supplements. That's happening a lot with everything that's horrible with autism. So let's say it's like you're an autistic person and a teenager goes to school and they're like always like stressed and anxious, like around other people, stuff like this. And you sit down and somebody, they ask you, hey, what did you have for breakfast today? It's like, I had 1 banana and an apple. And notice how that might look like a guy is lying, but an autistic person can be so stressed interacting with somebody answering questions that their body language and like tonality, like the energy of them, is like for a typical non-autistic person to be this stressed when telling something, they would have to be lying to you, see. So lying is something that gives people stress. Like if they're lying about something, neurotypicals get stressed. But for a person that's autistic that has a high baseline stress, they can be as stressed, nervous when answering a question truthfully as a neurotypical if they're lying, see. So it's like for a neurotypical to be this stressed answering a question, they would have to be lying, see. So like commonly like neurotypicals don't have problem like answering small talk questions like, what do you have for breakfast today or something like this? What's your favorite TV show or something like this? It's like, this is like, this guy's probably watching something bad, but it's like, this, see? And it's like, it looks like a guy, it's like he got stumped by a question and he's figuring out what to lie because the TV show, the real answer is something else for this. So you can get misread by people if you're autistic. So basically, the social anxiety that's more or less always present in certain types of autistic people, there can be where basically you're stressed talking to people. And another thing, autistic people commonly have issues with eye contact. Please believe that because it's the truth. So that's the point. Autistic people a lot of times have eye contact aversion, I call it. Exhibit eye contact. That's not why I got the sunglasses. But autistic people a lot of times exhibit eye contact aversion, which means not liking eye contact, like looking people in the eyes and talking to them, which is the same as saying exhibit eye contact aversion, where it's like looking away, which is another body language sign of deception. See, so it's not that there's a body language to prove somebody's lying. What you can read from body language is stress, and a lot of times the average person, if they're exhibiting stress when asking questions, because they're hiding something, being deceptive. Okay, see, so an autistic person that just by default doesn't like looking people in the eye and like look around as they're talking to you. They like to get stressed when asking questions. Okay, hey, what do you have for breakfast today? They're like, oh, I had. The nose had it might look like I'm lying. See, from looking away, not looking in the eyes, and then like stress. Okay, anxiousness, anxiety, nervousness. So autistic people a lot of times get misread as being deceptive when they're not. When in reality, I believe that autistic people statistically might be more likely to be truthful and care about like right and wrong and being accurate and answering truthfully and being factual rather than like going for what is the so what is the point? So yeah, basically why a lot of people they're autistic, they're more honest and like, a lot of times it happens people misread them and think that they're lying. It's because you're being nervous when asking questions or tell people things. Or you're avoiding eye contact, which neurotypicals don't have problem with eye contact. So if you want eye contact, that might give you the appearance that you're lying. Okay. So anyways, the point. Now, I haven't used my autism as an excuse to be lazy. Okay. It's like I've used it as a reason to improve. So I have autism, and I've improved it a lot. Decrease my sensitivities. I'm able to socialize, at least like virtually, without big issues. Like be live on the internet and talk to people, video calls, things I couldn't do before. So I've been working to improve myself with what I've been doing. Okay, not system talk therapy and big pharma meds. I've been improving with what I'm doing, living as a Christian, and then in the natural. Supplements, diet changes, everything else. So, there's something called automolecular psychiatry. So, the big pharma system is not the end of be all, safely so. Yeah, so anyway, back to the point. I want to get that out too. I FOIA requested the files from the day I got put in a psych ward. Got apprehended and taken to a psych ward. And there was a lot of things in there that were ranging from what I perceived to be inaccurate to like looking like outright lies, like somebody's trying to paint me as a sort of thing. Paint me in a bad light. So there's things that's like you can go into the motivation, but like there's things that are clearly not true, inaccurate, and misrepresenting facts, okay? And then you can go, well, is it purposeful or not, okay? Same thing when I accessed my medical records and looked at them. There's a lot of things in there that are incorrect. And if there's a pattern of behavior where things are incorrect, make you look worse than what you are, now it's showing intent as far as I'm concerned, see? If there's like a number of things that are not true, false, and they're false in a way where you look worse by the false things, that to me looks like it could be intended to make it look bad. And I wouldn't have been surprised if the people, so it's dog attack, these people I've talked about, these people are fly monkeys talking for the gang stalking program, Nazi stalking these tactics. Okay. the same people go, oh, this guy's crazy and nuts and he's unhinged and crazy. Well, maybe it's because you were provoking me, mistreating me, and I'm reacting to it. On top of everything else going on in my life. It's like this is classical stuff, classical ball. It's like, oh, I'm bullying a person, pick on her. They start losing it from being bullied. And it's like, oh, look, the person is crazy, they're the problem. Disgusting. And this is how I feel. Okay. Because I'm a human, it's not impossible for me to get the thing walking in the bicycle. Yeah, there was a lot of inconsistency there. Maybe I should make a live stream on that. Show some of these things. I wouldn't be surprised if they were hoping I would get shot by the cops that night. Or end up acting away, but I'd be shot by the cops. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Another thing that's infuriating is the being a taught individual taught with gang stalker taught individuals in Sweden. And another thing that's really pisses me off, that's infuriating, it shouldn't struggle with you. Is where they have double standards. Where it's like rules for me, not for the D. Rules for thee, not for me. Where it's like, and dehumanization types of things too. That's a big part of taught. Psychological part of it. Anyway, I've had my freedom, and I'm not gonna go down without a fight, not easily. And I'm not down, meaning how I've been fighting back as a gang stalker program is not to challenge perp to fist fights every time in the supermarket. There's people there that's hyper-stalkers, that gang stalkers, they get sent there to target me. Okay, that wouldn't have been the path to success, a good strategy. Power is a lot what you don't do, not just what you do. Like a big part of power is what you're not doing. See, that's a big part of it. See, so, and it might feel like the powerful move is to, like, here's another thing psychological. The reptilian brain, amygdala activation, fight-flight mode, as a man, especially with testosterone. If you're in a supermarket, you're talking about the 5 months and push your buttons on the slide. It's like the natural program is how a program that get triggered is kind of geared towards running away from the problem or like beating the problem with like a big stick, okay, basically. And that's like the body sense, which like you imagine, it's like if you're like beating the problem with a big stick repeated, like a caveman, like the reptilian brain response. And you have to learn how to respond in a higher way, okay. Now this ties into my Christian, being a Christian, okay. Nice point. So obviously, if I wasn't a Christian, I might have been locked up long ago. You got into a fight, you got hurt, got locked up, something bad, okay. There's a lot of verses. Blessed are the persecuted, I'm being persecuted. Blessed and curse not, do good to them, cheer this kind. So it's like there's a lot of people in the city that have been targeted for the program. And it's like 30 times in a row they show up targeting me with narcissistic abuse types, being a persecutor. And I'll be able to respond with kindness and blessing those that persecute me and doing good to them. To give an example, would be like, I shop in the corner store. And it's like a guy there is, he's one of these people that keep being sent to the corner store over and over again. It's called Saint I'm at the exit. That's part of the talk. It's like you go somewhere to start a video, and it's a person you know is a perp, and they get sent to shop where you are, okay? It'd be like over and over again, so above statistical probability. Like the frequency, do you understand? So here, give you an example. Okay, so statistics. So I'm a person that goes outside every time a year, maybe once a week, maybe once every 2 weeks. If you do statistics, or like, how often do I go outside? Like leave my home and go somewhere. It might be once a week or once or 2 times a month, maybe, if you average out a year. So it might be like 1 month where I go out 2 times week 1, 0 times week 2, and 3 times week 4. And then next month, maybe it's 2 weeks straight without going outside once. Do you understand? It's like average out of a year, it might end up like the baseline average should be like once a week or once every 2 weeks that I leave my home to go somewhere. And it's like need to basis. I need to buy something, I ran out of something, coffee, or I need to buy toilet paper, or a lot of things I order online. Okay, Amazon, other places. So if I go outside once a week, so this is relevant. We're doing statistics here. I gotta explain to you how you can know that it's like, meaning I would be crazy to not think these people told me, and delusional in denial. See, so the same response is perceiving reality accurately. See, where it's like, this is not chance. This is intelligent design. This is not chance. So I'm a person, let's say it is once a week or once every 2 weeks. Let's say once every 2 weeks on average I go outside. On average, it's like happens once every 14 days on average in a year that I leave my home and go somewhere. Most of the time, like 9 or 10 times, I'm leaving once every 2 weeks. And if I leave, it's from between 10 minutes to 3 hours that I'm out, okay? So it's a rare occurrence and short amount of time spent outside, okay? These are relevant facts, okay? So it's rare that I go outside once every 2 weeks or so. And most of the time it's less than 3 hours. A lot of times I go to the corner side, buy a pack of cigarettes or coffee, toilet paper. And it takes 5 minutes there, 3 minutes shopping, 5 minutes back. It's like less than 15 minutes, okay? So this is relevant. Secondly, I don't leave on a schedule, see? So it's not like when I leave, it's always 7 in the morning, okay? Or like it's Mondays in the morning between 7 and 8. Because then if you saw the same guy, I'd be like, well, I leave, if I was there, I leave every Monday at 7 a.m. to go shopping. And I see the same guy at the bus stop or walking to the bus stop or back from it. It's like, well, maybe he's like a school guy or work guy and he gets the bus every morning from this place, okay, or he's heading there. He's leave for work at this time, say. Now, if it's random, it's like, well, and a lot of times it's dictated by when I run out of something. It's like something's like, oh, I'm out of toilet paper. I'm gonna have to get clothes and go buy some toilet paper, okay? Or like I'm out of coffee. Or like, oh, I ran out of rolled paper, something like this. I gotta go get some rolled papers. So it's like at the drop of a hat, unplanned. And it can be like one time I go outside, it's Monday, 9 or 4 a.m. And next time, like 1 week later, it's Thursday afternoon, okay? And then like the next time I go outside, it's a Saturday around lunchtime, okay? See? So it's rare, it's a short time, and it's random on a schedule, not on a schedule. And if it happens that I see the same neighbor in the same apartment complex, more than 50% of the time for a period of time, it's like, and it's become a pattern. It's like I leave, oh, that guy is leaving at the same time. He just happens to, as I'm leaving, it's like he's coming home. Or as I'm leaving, he's leaving at the same time. Or if I leave to go to the corner store, he walks into the corner store. Oh, there's the neighbor, this is my same apartment complex, walking to the corner store. And it's like, another time I'm sitting outside smoking, getting ready to go outside. Oh, he comes home. He walks home at the same time. And another time I go to the ICA supermarket. It's like, oh, he walks in with a group of buddies into the ICA supermarket, where I am, see. And like over time, it's like, how rare you're out, random times, and the same person keeps showing up where you are repeatedly. Either this way or the other way. But see, this is one of the target tactics. And they want to know. They want to know this because the intention is supposed to be harassed, violated, and abused. So in stalking, the mere presence of a stalker is enough, which means, now here's the thing too, it's like I haven't been acting on this awareness, but if, it's like, okay, but if I want to be like cold and crass and like think about it, it's like, if I would act like these people do, like if you look at the state, what they're doing to me, harassment is illegal in Sweden. Part of the tax I get told by flying monkeys for the state prosecution is veiled threat about actual bodily harm or death against me or loved ones. physical assaults, like sprayed with chemicals, the poor knows I'm allergic to something, purposely exposed me to it, which would be some kind of a battery or assault crime or whatever, okay? And all of these things that have been happening to me frequently, if I did it, I'd be charged with a crime and put in prison. Like, this is wrong to do, says the government, not allowed to do it. It's an evil thing to do, being put in prison, need to be punished for it, see? But the state program does all these things that according to the law of the land are clearly legal, okay? So if I really got crass and I was a Christian, I'd go, well, what I'm taught by the state is this city is a Swedish law-free zone where you can break the law, abuse people with violence, threats, as long as you do it in a way we get away with it. See? It's like, look what they do. Oh, apparently Swedish law is not valid. That's what the government is teaching me. Swedish law counts for nothing. It's like toilet paper. Swedish law is not valid. It's just on the books, pretend. It's not real. It's like this is, in this country you don't have to adhere to the laws. See? Because the government has a program where people break the law against me. So if I'd be like, well, okay, looks like Swedish law is not real. Okay. Do you understand? It's to that point. That doesn't mean that you go, oh, I act on that, but it's like that's the truth. If you would apply it, which is also part of the infuriation of the target. Rules for me, not for thee, dehumanization. It's like you're a person that the law doesn't. You don't have rights. See? It's like if you do these things to other people, be arrested. But if other people do it to you, they don't get arrested. So somehow it's like you don't have the rights as a citizen, despite being a citizen. They're beating us openly, being uncondemned, being Romans. See? I've been sprayed with chemicals, food poison, attacked physically in COVID waste by the program. I've had mail intercepted and perfume put inside of my packages because I'm allergic to it. Now imagine if I found out that somebody I don't like was allergic to peanuts, and I got like ground up peanut butter, cold calculated, planned in advance, like premeditated. And it's like, I know that this guy leaves around 9 in the morning for work. So I go in the elevator and throw some peanut dust in the elevator right before I know that this guy leaves like around 9. Throw some peanut dust powder in the elevator and make some liquid peanut and smear on the bottom so he touches it. He might react to it, just touching peanuts, okay, to hurt him physically. And he might not die from it. There's a risk somebody can get anaphylactic shock and die. But it'd be making feel bad and uncomfortable, like itching and have a hard time breathing or something like this. Dude, this is part of how I get targeted. Okay, Mike's allergic to perfume. He's got a cab booked for Thursday afternoon. Send somebody right before his cab is booked to walk into the elevator and spray perfume or something like this. This type of stuff can happen if you don't, and I've had it happen. So, anyway, that's the point. Gang stalking is real. Government gang stalking tolerance is real. Very real. Government gang stalking tolerance is real. Most online so-called TS are not though. And the crazy talk is the fakes away. Most of the time. I've seen a fake TS called Stalk by the Feds. And she's not crazy talk as much as downplaying the truth of gang stalking. Like a limited hangout. That's right. Yeah, so unfortunately, the average person is a dumb, foolish person. The average person is a dumb, deceived, duped, foolish person who's wicked. And most Christians are too. So, I'm not the problem. If everybody was like me, there would be a better place. That sounds bold. That's also a good measurement. Like to kind of check. At least think about it once. If everybody lived a life like I do, would the world be better or worse? I could honestly say that if everybody lived like I do, the world would be a better place. If everybody lived like I do, the world would be a better place. I don't initiate conflict. If I get aggressive with someone, it's only after they got aggressive with me first, say. So I'm not high conflict, not conflict seeking. Meaning, I'm not a high conflict person. Which means if I'm aggressive towards someone, it's because they were aggressive with me first. Like 9 out of 10 times. Or it could be like generally, like a Red Liver King might not have made a video or like done something toward me personally, but it's like he's part of the problem of like deceiving humanity. He's trying to deceive anybody. He's a con artist, okay? And he might get like insulted and rant or something. Like Liver King is coming, you understand? But like 9 out of 10 times if you see me engage in conflict because somebody started talking to me. So the world would be a better place if more people were like me. I can boldly say that. And people should think about that. And be honest with yourself. If everybody lived like you did, would the world be better or worse? I can also say the world would be better if everybody was like me. Where I don't initiate conflict. I don't get aggressive with people unless they got aggressive with me first. It would be like, oh, okay. If everybody was like that, it's like they're not starting fights, but if people start fighting them, they fight back. They might defend themselves. If people bully them, they stand up to bullies. See, so like then other people that are not out starting fights, see, everybody will be safe. It's like the people don't have to worry about me going after them, see, and guess me starting to get aggressive and with them, unless they started being aggressive with me first. See, so it would be a better place if everyone was like that. Like everybody was a person that doesn't go around attacking people unless the person attacked them first. Whereas the toxic average person now is not like that. Where it's like, I thought about this. It's not just me, but if I look at other YouTube streams, like for instance like this, drop in my feed, it's like some guy training martial arts stuff like this, to do bodyweight workouts live on internet, and I see the chat be like, "You look scrawny, you look like shit, ha ha, you suck, you look weak, you're ugly." What is this like bullying? And it's like, did the guy make a video? I'm gonna murder your grandmother and set her house on fire and eat her corpse or something like this. And then this is like, because that might be, I've used it as a model too, like kind of like a reality, checking things. But like sometimes if I upload a video, today's omelette meal, short, hashtag home cooked meal, hashtag food, hashtag omelette fasting or fast life, and I check comment section, it's like, it looks like puke, you suck at cooking, bitch, or something like this, from some anonymous coward on the internet. And it's like, this behavior, what would this behavior, like, what would it take for this to not be like super out of line and pathological, like sick? Well, maybe if the video had been like, I'm gonna set your house on fire and eat your baby or something like this. Okay. And like he sees that and be, oh, okay, you're a piece of shit, you suck, and you also suck at cooking. They understand, it's like, what would this behavior match? Well, maybe it wouldn't be that unmatching if the person, if the video they comment on was like, if you watch this video, go jump in the lake. So, what else? I'm making those supplements here. There will be a better place. These studies I looked at, and Andrew Sauce talked about this, violence and niacin, and things like this. So certain vitamins, if you're deficient in certain vitamins and become unhealthy mentally and physically, you're more likely to lash out. So it's simply this. People that are anxious are more likely to lash out violently. See? So if people are less anxious, they're less likely to get physically violent. See? Like void rage. As a person is super stressed and anxious, like triggered. Okay? So if you can make yourself a little bit less triggerable statistically, if you can make every person, like people, like 1,000 people, you can make them a little bit more calm, a little bit less stressed, a little bit less emotional volatile, a little bit less high cortisol adrenaline, a little bit low blood pressure. You have less violence in society. And the things you can do with supplements and diet, they make it less likely, they make you calm down. So basically, if you're anxious, you're more likely to lash out physically. Like void rage, just a person is super stressed and it bleeds over into physical conflict. So if people are calmer, they're less likely to act out, say. And there's many people that will report that it's like after they got supplementation and diet right, they're a lot more calm, see. So maybe there's a reason why despite being targeted, that I didn't get into a fight like the last 10 years. And this is something that, when I was in the psych ward being evaluated, I wasn't in there like working to be a deceiver, okay? It's like it's like the truth is I'm not mentally ill, and I'm working to respond to my circumstances adaptively, not maladaptively. So okay, so I wasn't crazy. So it wasn't about like acting like I'm not crazy, about being my non-crazy self, okay, and like being like I always have, like work to keep it together if the things that bother me, work to like keep it together, okay. See, and one of the things when I was asked, like the same day I got checked in, I'm not gonna be like ratting people out, like talk about other people inmates in the psych ward, like there was a guy with this name and these descriptions, because it's like this kind of personal. If I want to talk about my experience in the psych ward, I'm free to do that. But I'm not gonna be talking about there was a guy who looked like this and he was saying that, and then it can be like embarrassing or somebody. So here's the point. So one of the first things as I showed up in the psych ward, like the first day, first order of business, they did a checkup, like a physical test, and they check your blood pressure and yada yada, and the temperature, and like a micro, like a low, like a light health checkup, okay? Kind of like a standard thing if you go for health checkup. They do like a health checkup, okay? Less than 10 minutes. It's like they check your pulse, your blood pressure, blood oxygenation, ask some questions. Okay, do you have allergies, health conditions, just to confirm even if they have a medical record. And one of the things is like they asked me a question, and this is before I got to see a psychologist for like the interview evaluation. Okay, and somebody asked like, are you violent or do you get violent or something like this? And I could tell them the truth. Where it's like, I didn't say I never get angry. See, that would be lying. See, I didn't paint myself as somebody's like that little harmless sissy or something. Like, yeah, I never get angry. I'm always calm. It's like the issue is I haven't been violent. See, so it's like, yeah, there's rants and saying things and like having temper tantrums on this, but this is my temper. But it's like I could actually tell them like the last 10 years I haven't been violent to anybody. Okay, so the last 10 years I didn't get violent with anybody. I mean, I haven't punched, pushed, wrestled anybody is what I mean. Meaning I haven't been violent. So the last 10 years I'm a person that has never like put my hands on somebody, punched them or pushed them or kicked them, pulled a weapon on somebody. Nothing like this. I haven't been in any physical like push somebody, punch somebody, pull a weapon on anybody. Say. So that I could truthfully tell them that when I asked like, oh, do you get violence? But it's like, well, like for the last 10 years I haven't got involved with somebody once. Okay. Which is the truth. It's good to be able to tell the truth. So which is the truth? I mean, I haven't one time the last 10 years been physically violent to anybody. I haven't punched, pushed, kicked, or pulled a weapon on somebody. See, the last 10 years. Which is important. Okay. So anyway, here's the point. To kind of teach us a skill, how to deal with tone and kind of cope with it, or how to deal with it, if you're trying to be watching this. Well, I kind of analyze, like break it down, how I respond to this that works, which means not getting locked up or get into a fight or lose my mind and like thrash around and get it stuff. A lot of it has been delay and redirect, is what I'll call it. Delay and redirect, okay? Delay and redirect as a strategy. Ross Rosenberg has his observed on a tool, okay? Now, what I'm here to tell you about, you heard about that before. You heard about observed on a tool. I'm here to tell you about delay and redirect, okay? So that's what I'm gonna do. So if you're talking video and you're not a robot, you're a human, and in the supermarket, and they always sending people every time you're in the supermarket to harass you, narcissists always be said it's working to stress you out and push your buttons to get you to lash out. I'm not gonna tell you that it's never like this, because it's designed to. So every time we're out in public, there's flying monkeys, these agents that get sent to go gang stalkers, AK perps, get sent to the supermarket, to people you are, and work to push your buttons. Narcissists love to push your buttons on the sliding providers. They will show up, people get sent to go where you are. They show up there and you will know their agent from before. This one is people that you have done part attacks with before, they see those bodies. Or it could be a first time, but there's something they're doing weird and saying that shows that they're an agent. So basically, part of the target experience is you have people show up where you are, hence the term gang stalk, where it's a group of people in the supermarket. Every time I go to the supermarket, there's at least 3 people in the store that are perps. And they have a remote communication to handle, or like AirPod or whatever, like a lot of, and not real time, when the phone on app, like go left, go right, call 3 times as you pass a gun for a jacket. Things like this. And it's like, it's narcissist abuse tactics, and they work to push your buttons. And it will get you irate because bullying is bullying. If it's covert, it can be more angry than if it's overt. See, as a matter of fact, it can be. Frank said the punches don't hurt, sometimes hurt you the most. We'll talk about being the Holocaust, or sometimes like the punches that miss hurt you more, or something like this. Okay, he said some kind of quote like that. So the punch don't hit you, hurt you most. Now here's the point. So every time in the supermarket here, there's people there harassing you, sadly, pushing buttons. Now, sometimes I'm able to not be bothered by it. There's been a lot of times over the years where I'm in the supermarket, there's people there, and I'm like cool. I'm not super stressed. I'm not worked up, and it's almost like it's not registering. It's I'm calm, pretty calm, and I'm focused on shopping. I'm not really like as affected as I've been before in the target. So I got to the point where I'm not as affected. So for a lot of years, it's been I'm noticing, observing, not absorbing. I'm noticing that people are targeting me, and it's mental process. It's like, oh, and it's like moves, okay? It's like, oh, the blood sacrifice threat thing, okay, to do that. It's like, this kid is intended to what? What is the intended effect of this target? They're trying to get me scared, or they're saying this, gaslighting. So it's like calling out the moves. So it's like part of it's like analyzing it. It's like, it's kind of like notice what it is, like, oh, the person doing this ridiculous skit, that's a veiled threat saying this, or it's gaslighting, they're saying this about this, or they understand. And it can be that it gets you angry, you feel mad. But a lot of times it's like, I'm not that worked up about it. Now here's the thing. Sooner or later, a lot of times it will come to the surface again. So I've been able to delay and redirect. So ultimately, it's like you don't get bothered in the moment, and you never get bothered again about what happened. But unfortunately, the truth of the matter is, in my experience, like if you go to the supermarket and you might feel like you're really worked up, but like you're containing and restraining yourself and controlling yourself, and you might feel like it's like you have to feel like you have to hold yourself back from not starting to shout at people, getting aggressive to others. But it's like you delay, so you feel aggression, delay, so you don't act on it. Where it's like you feel aggression, like a pull to be aggressive. It's not pretend like it's not there, but it's at least delaying acting on it. See? Because they wanted to provoke right now to get the lash out right now. So at least delay what's happening. And it can be sometimes you're not that bothered, but sometimes in the supermarket, harassment and stuff like this. And it's like, it's really getting to me. And then it goes like, yeah, just wait. When I get home, I go live, spots, it's exposed. This is what the gangs are going to want to know. So it's like delay and redirect. So it's like the perps are working for the program. The flying monkeys in the store that are making me mad are working for a program that's working to make me mad. And they wanted me to lash out so they could go, oh, this guy lost his money in the supermarket, he's going to cycle or something like this. So you don't win by getting what they want. Now, it might be you mad if you feel like you got to stand up for yourself. It's like you're being bullied, you feel like you got to stand up for yourself. You go delay, it's like, I'm not going to like get aggressive with these people here right now talking for the program, but I can find a way to attack the same program that these people are working for later, say. Where it's like, after coming home, and there's different things here, where it's like success, revenge, aggressive, like revenge against the program, because the program hates me doing what? Get a word about gang stalking. Make a video with a lot of views, doing a good job at talking about gang stalking. This would be like, yeah, just wait, I'll go home, make a video about Captain Horner being fake. Yeah, I don't like that. See? So it's delaying, redirecting, not to an innocent, but the program these people are working for. They want to lash out the supermarket when I'm being provoked by this fine market. They work for a program that also has fake deals online. And the program to keep doing this evil thing needed to be discredited. How did they keep it discredited? By having people like Scott Snitzer when he was still active, and Captain Horder. They crazy talk about the gang stalking to cover it up, to make people think this Vice's hit piece type deals. They make people think that gang stalk is just something nuts to believe, because look at these people talk about it. It's like they have brain chip implants, they think, and remote control, they wear tinfoil hats, and talk about direct entry weapons out of space tolerance and this. So delay, redirect into an expose video on a counterintelligence agent fake, like this. And it's not where it's like uncalled for, it's like I'm mad at the program that's targeting me right now. But the right way to fight back is not to like start punching people in the supermarket. That's what they want. They don't win in a battle by giving anybody wants. Okay. So it's like, yeah, I have a right to be mad at the program. It should be fought back against. Delay the aggression and redirect it into an effective way of attacking the program. Working to get the word about gang stalking or success rates. You really hate it if I upload like a TikTok video, got 3 more followers on TikTok, and maybe next week I upload video, get a word about gang stalking on the same channel, that I got some extra followers to make a call that videos. Do you understand this? So delay and redirect counts a lot of how they respond with the target, because it's not this, oh, you're gonna have a stretch of like 300 times you're going to go to the supermarket with people working to piss you off and irate and bully and treat you and push your buttons, and you never feel bothered by it. Okay, no, there's gonna be at least one time now and then that is how it's getting to you, and then you have to work to control yourself, and it can help be, because you feel like getting back them, be smart about having it back them. So you can get payback on the program in ways that are not illegal and are actually effective, rather than the payback of like, I don't know, that's grabbing up balls and throwing them on the store at the purpose of what is. Well, that's serving them. Okay, it's like they want you to do that type of stuff. Hey Bruce, I'm not Bruce Lee. I'm Mike Son. I'm a actual alpha male. I'm a warrior myself. I'm a Christian warrior. I don't leave my cares with other men. I'm not a wanderer. It's like, oh, I wish one day I could be like this person. It's like, I'm a superstar myself. I don't need to live my cares with some other men. Men that are weak might look up to men that's strong and be trying to be like them. I don't idolize people. I don't have idols. It's not that makes me from the masses. I don't obsess about celebrities. I don't idolize celebrities. And I don't live our case for other men. Okay. I can appreciate art produced by anybody, big or small, famous or not. But I don't have this. A lot of people stand, it's like, I got my own stuff. I'm my own man. It's like, if I lack singing talent, I might either be a hate on people that have it and can sing well, or be like an idolizer of pop stars that can sing. Okay, but if I can sing well myself, it's like okay, that don't impress me much. A big problem is the low LTIC agenda. And they got a lot of men to be LTIC men. Low testosterone IQ having. LT IQH. Low testosterone IQ having. LTIC men. It's like an urban science term. Sounds like it. LTIC men. Low testosterone IQ having. Okay. Get your low testosterone IQ having ass out of here. Okay. Hit the wrong guy. It sounds urbanese almost, but it's an acronym name at the LTIC men. So tick is like a filthy creature to begin with. Okay. The creature should not be named. I got my ass kicked by a tick once in Sweden. Plum Island. Google Plum Island. Jamie, pull up Plum Island. Joe Rogan exposed plus Plum Island on Google. When I was a little boy, my mom always told me, Always be a good boy. Don't play around with guns. But I shot a tick in Reno just to watch him die. Yeah, so okay, on the tick thing. I don't know some of this conspiracy if I get into on YouTube, so I'm staying out of it. But you can Google Plum Island tick, okay, or ticks Plum Island, and you can find some interesting stuff there. Anyway, on the topic of ticks, LTIC, man, acronym, low testosterone IQ having, okay, low testosterone IQ having, and it's an agenda to have men be like that, and that's what a lot of men are. So on the topic of ticks, I grew up in Sweden, in the countryside, in a forest area. So it's like more forest than non-forest. Okay, so it's like almost wilderness. It's like there's more forests and grass than roads and buildings. Okay. Whereas here in the city I live now, there's like more buildings, asphalt and concrete and houses than trees and bushes and grass. Like 90-10. 90% urban, 10% nature. And where I used to was maybe 90% nature, 10% urban. So anyways, the point, I got bitten by a tick. I don't know how old I was exactly, maybe 11, maybe 10, maybe 9. But I was out in the forest playing, and I remember, I think that I discovered it by having an itch or something, and looking at myself in the mirror like this, and discovered I had a big bruise, and it was multicolored. So it's like kind of like orangey, bluish, greenish, like a huge tree, and it's like yellowy, brown, yellowish, greenish, bluish, and as I remember, like a bruise with different nuances of color. It's not like a monocolor bruise that's all blue. It's like a big bruise that has like green and blue and stuff in it. And if you got, I had a Borrelia. Okay. So I got Borrelia, as it's called, from a tick. The tick-borne diseases. Don't play around with ticks. Now, possibly, if you have a tick on it, if it was an infected tick, whatever it has, it's a carrier, a horse flushing disease. Once it's like hypnotic, possibly you've already gotten exposed. There might have a way if you just take it away quick enough, you're gonna be sure 100% you're good. So I got bitten by a tick and I got Borrelia on my back. Okay, so such a small creature, once seen it destroyed much good. Such a small creature that caused massive damage. Just such a small little thing. It's like how much damage it can cause a human. It's such a small little thing. A tick. Like you understand, if it's like a snake, it has some size to it, it has some venom, and it bites you, but it's such a small little thing that it gets on you. And it can really wreck your health. There's also some tick-borne disease you can spread to your brain. Okay. So I think, I don't remember exactly, but I guess they got on antibiotics or something like that, I'm not sure. And Borrelia. And there's a conspiracy theory that one or more tick-borne diseases come from Plum Island. They were doing research on Plum Island. I'm saying it's a conspiracy, I'm not saying it's true or promoting it in this YouTube live stream. So here's the point, I remember hearing something, like anecdotal claim that they do some kind of conspiracy about ticks, some tick-borne diseases, or one of them at least, originated from Plum Island. Which is where? Is it in Manhattan or somewhere in Manhattan? Plum Island. If you want to do a deep dive in that conspiracy, the right now you can search Plum Island tick-borne disease. Know what I know now, I don't think I would have been as affected by it. Like I would guesstimate, like from the hip, the bruise would have been smaller if there was a bruise. and I might not even need antibiotics. But basically, live in the countryside, and I think how the diagnosis had discovered it was some bad feeling on my back, either pain or itchiness on both. And then I'm doing this in the bathroom to see what it is, and discovering like a huge bruise. Looks like a huge bruise all over my back, pretty much, or a big percentage of the back. And a multicolored bruise, it's like orangey, yellowy, bluish, greenish, like a multi-colored bruise, pretty much. And if that mother effer came from Plum Island, I didn't sign up for this and I want my money back, okay? I didn't buy that ticket, I got the ride. So I want a refund. Plum Island, American scientists over there, Plum Island. That was one hell of a trip, I didn't sign up for it, okay? Having ticks biting me in the back. If that tick was like a assassin tick sent from Plum Island to the Humphrey, okay? It's like, I want my money back, okay? So everybody has a point. I've had all kinds of stuff, okay? I've had all kinds of health, mental, physical health issues. Here's another thing I overcome in the vault of greatest hits. Michael Sackers in Glass, there was a guy that had like tape on his fingers, not Penny's boat, and he had greatest hits. So some of my greatest hits, surviving that Borrelia thing. Another thing, I had a severe OCD as a child, and I overcame that. Now, calmly correlating, a lot of this, like in hindsight, after being diagnosed with autism, I'm not surprised because I've seen like this little happy, like little colored wheels, where it's like they have like graphs, like autism groups. It's like common, it's like Venn diagrams, like this type of stuff. It's like autism, ADHD, OCD, social anxiety, and stuff like this. That makes a point. So yeah, I had severe OCD as a child, overcame it. Here's another thing. A lot of weak men like Tom Segal, the church leader, I guess these guys aren't overcomers, trying for overcomers, and how I got to overcome things, okay? But Tom Segal had a phobia, fear of heights, and he made a video where it's like, yeah, I still have fear of heights, everything that can't be deal with heights. That's a phobia. I call it hydrophobia, I don't have to learn the Greek. A lot of the phobias, it's like, so it's some Greek words for this, okay? So arachnophobia is for spiders. So arachnid is a word for spider. I guess reptilophobia or something, I don't know. Hydrophobia, I guess if you feel water. So I've had several phobias that I've overcome myself without talk therapy medications. And the first one I overcame, cured myself of by exposure therapy, was claustrophobia. And it's one of the things where I came back a little bit, try to come back and get the claustrophobic again, like intermittently, like come back a little bit. But I say I got it control of it, okay. But so I've had a lot of phobias and like issues. Never like thinking the guy put a chip in my brain. So I feel the need to clarify because there's an effort to discredit me. So I'm not trying to shoot myself in the foot here. So my person that there's a whistleblower. So I'm talking about kind of bland, run of the mill, the psychological issues that I've had on. So I had claustrophobia. I cured myself, and there's a single event where I remember that was like a milestone that it kind of changed it. It was forcing myself to get in an elevator. So that's the moment where I had extreme claustrophobia, how I get even like hugged to speak to the severity of the issue. There's also varying degrees, like a scale of a phobia. It's like I have phobia, how bad it is. But when I was younger, I had claustrophobia, so if I get like hugged too tight and I feel like I'm trapped, I would start having a panic attack and super stressed. Okay? Then I couldn't be in a small room. But it's like if I would go to the bathroom, it was small, I did the door a bit open so I don't feel trapped in there. And things like this, I don't have a claustrophobia. I overcame that. And one of the things I did, I forced myself, it's called exposure therapy, I just forced myself to get an elevator. I like braved it as a young man, teenager. And that was like a single event that helped me to like a milestone, a huge leap in deal with this. I also had hydrophobia, like fear of water, for many years. Overcame that. That's another. So I've had several issues and overcome a lot of them. So I lived a life where I tried to overcome it. I've had several mental physical health problems. I overcome them all. kill myself from panic attacks, kill myself from asthma attacks. Most people have panic attacks many years don't kill themselves. Most people have asthma attacks and have mental health, don't get to the point where they don't need it anymore. Okay, so kill myself from panic attacks, asthma attacks. I had hydrophobia as a child, kill myself for that. Claustrophobia, kill myself for that. So I lived life with child to overcome it. But most people that have panic attacks for many years don't just get to the point where they kill themselves. Most people that have asthma to the point where they have a vent inhaler prescribed and get like frequent serious asthma attacks don't just get to the point where I stopped collecting the vent inhaler and decided I don't get asthma attacks anymore. So that's where I feel like I need a vent inhaler. Kill myself for asthma attacks, panic attacks. Hydrophobia, I had a strong fear of water, like deep water as a child. And here's the thing too, a phobia teaching that topic. A lot of times if you have a phobia, if you're introspective, back in time, a lot of times phobias can be traced back to a single stressful, aka traumatic event. Meaning, a lot of times if you have a phobia, if you trace it back, it would be a single event that's super stressful that kind of created phobia. Okay. I don't know, like let's say a woman has a fear of rats, okay, mice, okay. If they go back in memory, they've had fear of mice before, but when they see a mice, they freak out, okay. Fight, flight mode is super stress. Maybe they can, if you trace it back, had like an experience when they were a kid, and it's like the mom goes, hey, can you open the cupboard and get the crackers? And they go open, it's like they're shocked by like a dead rat in there, or like a rat's like bloodshed or something like this. And it'd be like, they were like, freak out, boys. So a lot of times phobias, phobia, it can be traced back to a single stressful traumatic event, okay? A lot of times in childhood, see? So with the fear of water, I had 2 times where I almost drowned as a child. And at least one of them, I was thrown in the water, I pushed in the water. So I walked, somebody pushed me in the water, I can't swim. And I start drowning, which is the experience of dying, okay? So, meaning it's like that's the experience of drowning, because if you don't die, you start drowning. That's the same experience as a person that drowns and dies, okay? The beginning of it, only not the end, see? So it's like, one time it happened in a swimming hole, and I got pushed into the water where it was too deep for me to touch ground, and I can't swim. I couldn't swim. And it's like I start panicking and like start running, like going underwater, like going up, get some air. It's like, and I'm inhaling chlorine water and things like this. It's like if you can't swim and you get thrown and you're panicking, it's like the instinctual stuff. It's like it's a crash course. It's like if you don't have the skill of swimming, it's like kind of crude with you like pushing, like kicking, and you get some air and you start going down under again. And it's like you're able to push up, and it's using a lot of energy. It's like very exhausting. Go up like, and it's like very stressful. So I had that experience. Somebody pushed me to the swimming pool where I couldn't drown, swimming hole, and I started running. I don't know if it was like 7 or 8 or 9 or whatever. And there was a lifeguard, so in the swimming house, they have like a little thing. So it's like it's called SAHA, like the actual it was in Vancouver. They have like swimming halls and everything here. Then they have like a hot tub with the pressure stuff here, and they have a little kiosk where you can go like rent swimming glasses, or maybe like one of swimming hats, or bike with some candy or something like this, okay? And they have like, these people are trained as lifeguards too. So there's like a guy who's like a kiosk in the swimming pool, and if you forgot to bring like a swimming glasses, you can go and rent them or buy them there, maybe buy some snacks, there and things like this. And I guess they're trained as a lifeguard too, and they have lifeguard training. So it's like I get pushed to the water where it's too deep for me to swim, touch ground, and I start running, okay, panicking. And apparently, like the lifeguard was able to detect the sound of a person drowning, okay? So maybe there's like a certain sound. There's like they can tell that that's the sound of a person drowning. it's like shrieks and like water, and like there might be certain things where like, even a person that's panicking tell it sounds like somebody's driving and freaking out, panicking. It's like shrieks and panicking sounds, like splashing waters, you know. So eventually this they come with like a hook. They have like a aluminum tube, for example, with a little hook on the end of it. So then they put it in there, and I grab onto it, and they help you get to the side and put the arms on it. And I think I didn't have all the but it's like, I don't think that it's that compressible, but it's basically that and at least one other time I had another stressful water, and that was something that for years after this, if I would go with childhood buddies to a lake to swim, I'd be like stressed, and it's like I only go as far as I can touch ground, and even when it's like gets up here, I'd be like super stressed. There is part of like the water where it's deeper, it's like that's scary. Because like this water in front of me that's so deep that I can't touch ground. So even if you're not there, it's still like, well, whatever. So I had a fear of water, like a foam of water for years. And just, not water in the bathtub, I could deal with that, but water where it was too deep, where I couldn't, but basically where you could drown, okay? So even if you stand up, you're under water. And I killed myself with that to exposure therapy. The exposure therapy works. If you're not a pussy, you have to have some discipline. So exposure therapy works against phobias if you want to put it to work. Okay? They work if you do. Exposure therapy can work if you do. There's also like a trick to it, where you don't bite up too much more than you can chew. It's like if you have a phobia fear of heights, it's like that can be dealt with. Exposure therapy is called, which means force yourself to get on heights. And it can be incremental, you raise it like progressive overload. It's like, let's say you have a ladder and you climb, and you're just like 30 centimeters from about a foot. And a little bit later, climb a little bit higher. And it's a bit stressed, but you can deal with it. A little bit later, try to go a little bit higher. And it's like incrementally, you get to the level. It's like, oh wow, I'm high above the ground now, and I'm able to do it. So. A lot of people don't have the skills, tools, the know-how to help themselves. We'd like to know a little bit about you for our thoughts. We'd like to help you learn to help yourself. So, there's a lot of people that have improvable problems. They just don't have the know-how. They don't know that they can improve. There's like a lack of hope. There's a lot of people that are suffering something, and it could be improved. They just don't believe that it could be improved, or they don't know how to. And this ties into the wider conspiracy topic, which is the agenda to keep the masses incompetent and hopelessly dependent and upon the system. There's a lot of people that show up at a psychologist's office to talk about being depressed. They maybe would never have needed got to the point where they felt like they need to talk to a psychologist if they would have been doing other things as soon as they started feeling depressed. And that is pretty hypothetical. If you got a serious problem, like seek professional help. But I do believe there's a lot of people that have shown up for treatment. They never would if they would have. That could be prevented. Diet, nutrition, lifestyle changes make a big difference. There's a lot of things you can do for depression. Exercise, diet, nutrition. Anyway, I'm gonna total the video. I'm not Bruce Lee, I'm Mike Sarson wrote, hey Bruce Lee, which looks like the mark of me if I get plotted on tongue like that. Cyberstalkers in the chat. Somebody got sent. Some flight markers coming here harassing me, I guess. Somehow how the stalking works, cyber stalking, where there's people that show up, like 5 people in the chat. I believe that some of this cyber stalk that I get being a ton of video is coordinated via Discord groups, where it's like somebody shows up there and they're like an agent for the program. And their job for the gang stalking program is to recruit fly monkeys to come show up and Direct me in my chat. No, it's not really. It's not working. Yes, I live the life of a triumphant overcomer, whereas a lot of Christians live defeated lives. I overcame porn watching. I didn't watch porn once for at least 6 months, whereas the average Christian man watches porn at least once a week, I believe, playing with himself while doing it. So watching is bad enough, but you playing with yourself while doing it is worse. I've overcome the sugar addiction, and most people don't even realize they have one, so I had to make videos telling people that sugar is a drug they're addicted to, and if you eat 20 plus grams a day, over and over again. Most people have gotten the point where they overcame the sugar addiction, whereas the Bible teaches that you've been empowered to overcome the flesh if you're a Christian. But I don't see other Christians being like that. It's certainly not common. I stopped drinking alcohol 100%, 6 months now. Close to 6 months. Maybe right before 6 months, right after, but it's like, let's say around 6 months. A small circle around number 6. Now I drop alcohol. Quit it cold turkey. I was addicted before, wasn't alcoholic. But I decided to quit. So notice how I'm a Christian that has masculinity. Part of masculinity is the ability to be disciplined, which is basically what relates to discipline. Make a rule you're not going to do something and then sticking to it, or make a rule you're going to do something and sticking to it. I'm going to work out for an hour today, and then you do it. I'm not going to eat until this time today, fasting, and then sticking to it. I'm going to quit drinking alcohol, quitting and then sticking to it. See, I'm going to stop watching filth stuff on the internet. You decide and you stick to what you decided. See, that's discipline. That's an important part of masculinity, character masculinity. And character masculinity yields physical masculinity too. So it's just beautiful, it all ties in together. So stay hard. I have a hard physique, that's masculine. Hardness. Softness is feminine trait. So if testosterone goes down, the manliness hormone, masculine hormone. Body fat goes up, eating soft physique. So notice how the physical is mirroring the character. Where I have a hard physique, lean, athletic physique, hard. The opposite of soft. Now if I got softer in my lifestyle, like I start eating sugar all the time. I stopped fasting, do all my fast, I just let myself go and eat sweets and treats all the time, and candy and soft drinks and stuff. I'll lower my testosterone, I start putting on body fat, and I'll be softer. That'll be character masculinity, that softness leading to physical health. The average person is a matrix system zombie, a slave. To use the matrix analogy. I don't drink soft drinks, I drink vitamin C water. I drinks. Jar drinks. Speaking of national, I saw a video from Angelina Jolie. Supposedly, allegedly, I heard somebody say, now it's a rumor at this point, I didn't confirm it, that allegedly Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt, or whoever her boyfriend is now, if it's Brad Pitt or not, they're naturalists, so they don't use certain products. If that's true, I guess that's good. Not, I don't guess it would be good. It's getting dark in here. If I want to finish training, I gotta do it now, before it gets too dark. We gotta end the stream, start on part 2, or part 3, whatever it will become.